My predecessor, Flora McDonald, had the foresight to say, we need to make sure.
Hey everyone, I just wanted to say hi and thanks for joining me tonight. If you do, I appreciate it, and I'm going to be changing some of these channels here, and I'll be changing some of these channels here, and we're going to be listening to the vote at the Parliament in Canada to see if they apply the emergency acts. So, if you join me, I appreciate it. Thank you.
Funding it, where the money was coming from, how the coordination was worked, who was helping the organization, who was directing them, who was giving them
find
tips,
another
who was basically counseling them, because I think that this will all be eye-opening.
I was making sure my mic was still on. I'm going to find another stream, so I will be here. Feel free to chat with me if you want.
I look forward to the public being able to learn about it. And at the end of the day, I look forward to Canadians knowing that based on that information, that based on that inquiry, they can know exactly what happened, rather than hearing these stories that we've been hearing, these from the Conservatives and from people across the way. So, Mr. Speaker, you know, before the Bloc asked me a question about confidence or whatnot, I am very confident in my vote on this. I will vote in favor of this because this is the right thing for Canada, and it's the right thing to do. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Question commentaire, questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Wellington Halton Hills.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. 3 days ago, the Canadian Civil Liberties Association filed an application for judicial review in federal court to quash the emergency proclamation, the emergency measures regulation, and the emergency economic measures order. If the court quashes these three emergency measures, does the member believe that the government will accept the court's remedy, or will the government appeal the court's ruling?
Just let me know if it gets too loud.
Good question, Mr. Speaker, but it went to somewhere as the members trying to ask me to, hypothetically, without knowing the arguments or how the judgment was made, to ask about whether or not an appeal will be made. I encourage those who think that the charter is being infringed upon to take it to court. The courts will only harden the steel around this particular piece of legislation. That is how we can ensure that the law is being applied, and that as we move forward with this legislation, it will better inform how it's done. So, you know, the Conservatives come in here and say, oh, well, so-and-so's taking this to court. Good. I think that should happen. That's part of our democratic process here. It's part of what makes sure that we have good laws.
Commentaire, questions and comments. L'honorable député de...
The Honourable Member for Morecambe, Mr. Speaker. I would advise this to the Parliamentary Secretary. He should use a tone and an attitude similar to those of his colleague from ReeeeeEEEEE, because both for the content and the form and the tone, apart from creating diversion around this debate, he hasn't contributed very much. One thing is clear, however. We know that at least one MP from the Liberal side who shares the same analysis as us with regard to the fact that the orders do not fit with the criteria that should be met in order for the Emergencies Act to apply. Well, there seems to be some agreement there. Mr. Speaker, the member from ReeeeeEEEE has just stated that if he votes in accordance with his conscience, he will vote against this. He has courage, but he's saying that he has a moral contract with his party, and that this moral contract prevents him from bringing his party down, so he will vote for it if it's a confidence vote. Will this member tell us if he has the courage to tell us? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
More than entitled to have his opinion. The member from Montcalm is totally entitled to have his opinion. It's not the same opinion that I share, Mr. Speaker. But to discredit my entire speech, where I actually went back and referenced what other people were saying based on the fact that this member doesn't like what I said, is completely disingenuous. I spent my entire speech talking on what I had heard in this House, and I apologize that my opinion is different from this member. I apologize that he doesn't like what I said, but it doesn't mean that I did not address this particular issue head on, because I did.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Courtenay Alberni.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank my colleague for his speech, and he knows that the NDP is reluctantly supporting this motion, and we will use all the powers at our disposal to hold the government to account while this Emergency Act remains in place. Mr. Speaker, I support his denouncing of the gaslighting of the Conservatives and the occupation and the convoy itself, but I do believe there's many Canadians that have been pushed to the margins that are struggling, like all of us, here through COVID, but many people have been pushed to the margins and they haven't been heard. In fact, there's been divisive rhetoric on both sides, and the Liberals are responsible too, not listening to those Canadians, not explaining their decision making around even policies around mandates. And I believe that our collective consciousness as a parliament is right now at its lowest level of shame and blame and fear. I'm scared. I'm scared for our country if we don't bring down the rhetoric and acknowledge the mistakes that have taken place. So I asked my colleague, what will he do to bring down the temperature? What will he do to acknowledge the failures of the Liberal government for the sake of our country?
Parliamentary Secretary.
I disagree with the notion, Mr. Speaker, that somehow there is a lack of unity in this country. This country leads the world, leads developed countries throughout the world in vaccination rates. We have more vaccination rates than any other developed country in the world. When it comes to his question about how do we improve the discourse, I'm totally open to doing that. But I feel like we need to start from a set of facts. And I feel that more and more people are bringing things into this chamber that aren't even facts. We're starting from a place of misinformation quite often, and that's where I find the vast majority of my frustration as it relates to the political discourse in here.
Questions and comments? Question et commentaire. L'honorable Secretary of Parliament.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Prime Minister.
I feel told what Phil says his speech. Now I'd like to offer the member to please to sum up on his support for this bill.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
I want to thank the member for his question and his hard work. For me, this comes down to looking at the facts, Mr. Speaker. It comes down to having trust in our government, having trust in our processes, having trust in the people who are advising, having trust in those that are telling us, yes, we needed this act, we still need it. I don't think that anybody wants this to go on any longer than it absolutely has to. The notion coming from across the way that somehow the government wants to take this and entrench these into law, these measures into law, is absolutely ridiculous.
Question et commentaire. L'honorable député de Barrie-Innisfil.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I think what the honourable member in his speech today did was actually make a case for not continuing the invocation of the Act, because he didn't provide us with any compelling reason why it should stay. And when he talks about how we got here, the reality and the fact is, and this is not misinformation or disinformation, the fact that the Prime Minister marginalized, stigmatized, traumatized, divided Canadians, calling them racist, misogynist, extremists, how does that help the public discourse? How does that unite the country, Mr. Speaker? That's my question to the honourable member.
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
I think I did address the issue of why this still needs to be in place. I can't reference a member's presence in the House, okay, but I am aware of when people come and leave the room, and I can tell him that I absolutely mentioned this. I talked about the fact that this is an ongoing operation. The operation has not been shut down yet. It is quite clear that there are other problems, like out in BC right now, and other areas that might see flare-ups. And I trust those, and I'm not talking about just cabinet, I trust those who are advising and making sure that all the tools are in place in order to complete this operation.
Question commentaire, l'honorable député de Lac-Saint-Jean.
The honourable member from Lac-Saint-Jean. Mr. Speaker, there is a Liberal member who said earlier that he would change his vote depending on whether or not it was a confidence vote. For an hour now, we've been asking the question, putting the question, and no one opposite is telling us whether or not it's a confidence vote. So, question for the parliamentary secretary. Is he close enough to the Liberal powerhouse to tell us if it's going to be a confidence vote or not? Is it important for him? I would like him to tell us whether yes or no in 1 hour's time it's going to be a confidence vote. It's a very simple question.
No, it's not important to me if it's a confidence vote because I'm going to vote for it. Every other member in this House can vote against it, and I'm still going to vote for it, Mr. Speaker. So, you know, I understand where the Conservatives and the Bloc have been coming from for the last hour and a half since, the coalition that exists there. I get where they're coming from, but it's irrelevant to me. It doesn't matter to me. I'm going to vote in favor of this because I believe that it's the right thing to do.
Right on. We're out of time. Continuing debate, l'honorable député de Montarville.
The honourable member from Montarville. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I must say that I found my colleague from Kingston and the Islands' speech intriguing. He virtually criticized the Conservatives for not paying homage to Tommy Douglas. I thought it was quite entertaining, his speech, and I would like to take advantage of the time I have here to pay homage to my colleagues in this House who, on both sides, no matter their political allegiance, have devoted their time and attention to this important debate, exposing clearly, openly their viewpoint. And I find it very unfortunate that this debate, this serious, important debate, is being perverted, hindered by the threat of a confidence vote. I find this most unfortunate, Mr. Speaker, because we're telling Canadians, well, if Parliament doesn't do what I want, then we're going to plunge the country into election mode. This is very serious because it is forcing the hand of MPs like the member for ReeeeeEEEEE, who otherwise would have voted differently, Mr. Speaker. And this damages the quality of the debate we're having here in this House. Mr. Speaker, I would like to talk to you about another Liberal Prime Minister, a Liberal Prime Minister who relied on division, on a social crisis to make gains. I'm talking about Jean Charest in Quebec. So we're talking about Jean Charest, who exploited the student revolt, the Printemps Érable. Mr. Speaker, it was unfortunate because at the next election, it's a Parti Québécois government, and I was proud to be a member of it, that was elected. And it is us, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Speaker, who had to deal with the fallout. Indeed, the fallout of what the previous Liberal government had created. This social crisis, unprecedented crisis that was resolved without us asking the federal government to use the Emergencies Act. Mr. Speaker, what had to be done, we did it. We decided to sit down with students to plan for the funding of universities and the contribution to registration fees. We made decisions that weren't easy ones, And I can talk to you about it because I was Minister of Public Safety at the time in Quebec. Mr. Speaker, for example, I announced on May 8th, 2013, what we called the Ménard Commission. And I was harshly criticized by the police at the time, by student associations. But on May 8th, Mr. Speaker, we had the final demonstration in the Printemps Érable 1 year later. Why, Mr. Speaker? Very simply, because despite the criticism, we decided to take the bull by the horns, to hear people out in the context of the Ménard Commission, and there could have been undue violence. As a matter of fact, the Ménard Commission came out with a report that was tabled by the next Liberal government. But I like to think, Mr. Speaker, that the exemplary way in which the police forces behaved in Ottawa to bring to an end this illegal occupation of the streets in the downtown Ottawa was greatly inspired by the conclusions of the Ménard Commission with regard to the use of force in situations where there are protesters, where there is public disorder, public unrest. The work was done, the job was done, Mr. Speaker, without using violence, without calling upon the Emergencies Act. We simply had to put in place the necessary measures to get us out of the crisis, and that's what we did at the time. Mr. Speaker, to govern is to make decisions, and to not make decisions is to make a decision. And the government at the beginning of this crisis chose to not make a decision, with the dramatic consequences that we've experienced. I'm hearing a Liberal MP say, well, we made a decision, you didn't like it. Mr. Speaker, the government decided, after letting the situation rot during some 20 days, to call upon the Emergencies Act, which was the atomic weapon in its arsenal, so as to find a way out of the situation. The government hadn't attempted anything prior to that. And the use of this atomic weapon allowed it to hide its inaction over more than 20 days, Mr. Speaker.
So don't tell me that the government's solution is the solution. The government had many measures available to it, and it deliberately chose to not use them, Mr. Speaker. And it will have to bear the blame for this. It just made itself an accomplice of the government, which is trying to use this piece of legislation, and which is a demonstration of its very poor leadership there. My colleague, the member for Matapédia, said on February 14th in this House, he said that it took the government 10 days to bring in a 3-part table to which the police forces were not even invited. And on February 16th, they created an integrated command center. The Prime Minister, contrary to what was done following the social crisis in 2012-2013, the government never bothered to communicate with the people who were laying siege. The government did not do its part. It didn't call in these 1,800 officers. It didn't create a crisis cell to bring together all orders of government. And it did not. And this is one of the things that justifies our present opposition. It didn't talk to its partners, like Quebec and the other provinces, before taking this action that was so fraught with consequence. There are only 3 provinces which support the government's intervention, and this, to me, is extremely significant. Mr. Speaker, the government, in order to evoke the Emergencies Act, had to prove 2 things: that there was a situation that was both dangerous and urgent. If we can admit, as the member for Kingston and the Islands just did, this was a situation that was potentially dangerous. Now, just a few minutes before the vote, can we still claim that this was an urgent, dangerous situation? I think asking the question is tantamount to answering it. The government had to demonstrate that it was impossible to deal with the situation with ordinary legislation. What the government did was demonstrate that it hadn't even tried to deal with ordinary existing legislation, because the government didn't want to have recourse to regular legislation before it invoked the Emergencies Act. So the 2 conditions that would have justified recourse to the Emergencies Act were not met. The government did not show that the act was absolutely necessary. The Prime Minister explained that he was invoking the act suddenly because there were other blockades. I'd like to point out, Mr. Speaker, that almost all the blockades, except for those in Ottawa, were dismantled, and this before the coming into force of the Emergencies Act. This means that if they simply resorted to ordinary legislation, they could have dealt with the situation in Ottawa, but the government was careful not to do that. The government said that there could be other blockades, and they wanted this just in case. So they invoked the act while there weren't adequate reasons to do so. They were dealing with a real and imminent situation. It's not something that happened all of a sudden. On its face, Mr. Speaker, it might have been possible to deal with the situation by coordinating the police force of Ottawa with the OPP, with the RCMP, in order to use existing legislation, either the criminal code or the provisions of the traffic highway law. But no, they were careful not to do anything for 20 days. And then they invoked the Emergencies Act in order to solve a problem that they could have solved if they tried to do so. if they'd bothered to try to do so. Mr. Speaker, it is clear that we could never support such an act. And I must say, Mr. Speaker, as a Quebecer, I find it all the more difficult that this act be invoked to end this situation, because this act, no matter what the parliamentary secretary to the House Leader says, is simply a revamped version of the War Measures Act that's been sort of patched up here and there, changed here and there, to make it presentable, to make it a kinder, friendlier piece of legislation. This legislation, invoked in 1970, was totally unacceptable in a country under the rule of law. Quebec, to this day, has painful memories of the War Measures Act. This legislation was also invoked during the First World War and during the Second World War, and then for the October crisis in 1970. Why, Mr. Speaker? Because on each occasion, this legislation was enforced against Quebec in 1917, 1942, and 1970. I think it brings back painful memories, Mr. Speaker. And beyond justification, very awkward justification to bringing this act into force, there's a truly odious aspect to it, an odious aspect to invoking this legislation to deal with the situation we've had to deal with. And so, Mr. Speaker, consequently, there is no doubt that the Bloc Québécois cannot endorse, cannot support, cannot vote in favor of this kind of legislation. We can't do it. We can't do it, and this all the more so because the National Assembly of Quebec, to a man and to a woman, they had the votes of Avenir Québec, the Liberal Party of Quebec, Québec Solidaire, the Parti Québécois. Unanimously, they voted against the application of this legislation. The Quebec government voted against the Emergency Act. 6 provinces beside Quebec voted or don't want this Emergencies Act. Now, what about this government and cooperative federalism? They're always trying to make us believe in the virtues of cooperative federalism. If the government were to decide, or were the government to invoke such an act, well, they haven't even bothered to consult Quebec and the other provinces. And they did this, again, against their own points of view. Quebec said, don't do it. They did it anyway. They did it anyway, and they said, we're doing it anyway because we didn't do anything previous. What we have observed over the past few hours on the streets of Ottawa could have happened days ago. The coordination of the various police services could have been implemented days before, and they didn't do it. And then the situation got way worse. And the government found itself in a situation it would have liked to ignore. They thought the Ottawa police will deal with it. And then there was a message from the mayor of Ottawa, and he got a message from the government of Ontario, because there were people camping out in front of the Parliament of Canada who wanted to get a message to the government. That should have been of concern to them. The result of all this, Mr. Speaker, is that we found ourselves in a situation that had rotted away and become inextricable. And then the government invoked the Emergencies Act. But there was nothing, I repeat, nothing in the government's arguments that would have justified the bringing into force of this act today. I will say it again, Mr. Speaker, the Bloc Québécois and I would say I do so proudly, but I don't know if I can say it. But we shall vote against it because we consider it the thing to do in these circumstances. And I hope the minister will go back on his iniquitous idea of making it a confidence vote. The honourable member for Lac Saint Louis. Mr. Speaker, my honourable colleague says that if the three orders of government had worked together since the beginning, the situation would have been dealt with in a peaceful, friendly way. But we hear this from the CBC.
Lateral talks between the federal, provincial, and Ottawa municipal governments are necessary since all three levels of government have kept in touch since the protests started. Mais ce qui est vraiment décevant de la part.
What is really disappointing, Mr. Speaker, is that the Bloc Québécois is promoting the false idea that if the government had sat down with various leaders and officials, everything would have been solved in a friendly way. But when there are union negotiations, if one party asks for the firing of someone on the other side, that hardly leads to productive conversation. The honourable member for Montarville. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to say to my honourable colleague that people who want to overthrow the Liberals in Canada, well, there are lots of them in Canada. They meet with ministers, and even though they think that, the ministers meet with them. Now, it is possible that people will vote for a new government, but it's not the reason why you could decide not to speak with people. Mr. Speaker, I would like to show the falsity of this claim that this way they are trivializing the Bloc Québécois' position. And it doesn't just have to do with the fact that the Prime Minister hid away for so long.
Edmonton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank the member for Montarville. Mr. Speaker, the member is quite right that the conditions that must be satisfied in order to invoke the Emergencies Act were not met and were not even close to being met. Now, member after member on that side and their friends in the NDP downplay and minimize the exceptional nature of this legislation. This is legislation of last resort that provides extraordinary powers to the government that infringe on the civil liberties of Canadians. We're talking about seizing property. We're talking about freezing bank accounts without due process. So given how this government has abused its power in invoking this act when the threshold was not being met, can the members speak to the dangerous precedent that this government has set in normalizing the invocation of these extraordinary powers?
The honourable member for Montarville. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank my colleague for his question. because this is an excellent question. Once this Emergencies Act is invoked to deal with a situation of public disorder, which would have normally been dealt with easily, resorting to the usual means and invoking regular legislation, but here the door is opened to a government acting this way every time there is public disorder. As an example, when I began my speech, there was public disorder that lasted close to a year during the Maple Spring. And the very peaceful way that we got Quebec out of this situation of social disorder without invoking an emergency, a state of emergency, or special legislation. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Rosemont, La Petite Patrie. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my colleague for his speech. It had many very important points. Now, the critic for foreign affairs in the Bloc Québécois, does he not find strange this funding from abroad, from the United States, that was to destabilize democratic institutions? Secondly, it seems to me that a confidence vote is for throne speeches and budgets and main estimates. The Honourable Member for Montarville. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank my colleague, the member for Rosemont, La Petite Patrie, to have raised this important issue. We cannot accept that political and social life in Canada should rely on foreign funding or should be affected by foreign funding. We can never accept this kind of thing. And Canada could never, I hope never, accept such a thing. I would say to my colleague that it's not because Ed Broadbent wanted us to follow the money, but we need other tools that would allow us to follow the money and see what it was to be used for. As for a confidence vote, I would say that there could be a simple motion to create a committee to look into the We Charity, but the NDP voted with the government. The Honourable Member for Argenteuil. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My colleague, the member for Montarville, mentioned that the government should have acted before and earlier. And now, the provinces were not consulted before invoking this legislation. And this government really deals with provinces other than Quebec. They wanted to change the narrative. Would my colleague have preferred that the government go beyond the provinces and police services? The Honourable Member. Mr. Speaker, I'm not sure if I completely understood the question, but the fact is, I really don't know what to say, Mr. Speaker. How can the member claim that the governments of the provinces were consulted when the provinces said no? Was he there in a closet hidden somewhere watching what the provinces were saying? Mr. Speaker, the fact is that this act was invoked without the agreement of 7 provinces in this country. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Thérèse de Blainville. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, colleague, for your very passionate and instructive speech.
I studied the case of the student protests. We now have an Emergency Measures Act that would have been implemented in Quebec because the government is saying it's applicable to all of Canada irrespective of what the provinces believe and what Quebec thinks about it. My question is as follows. There's a big elephant in the room. The Prime Minister made a thinly veiled statement saying this was a vote of no confidence. Later, the leader of the NDP gave his unequivocal support to this motion. The Honourable Member for Montarville. Mr. Speaker, my colleague raises an important question. That is, the government has implemented this general act from coast to coast to coast for a perfectly local issue in the city centre of Ottawa. Governments had already indicated that they were against the application of the act on their own land. I think that it would have been simple for the government, in a spirit of collaboration, like I was saying earlier, to limit the implementation of the EMA, which they did not do, independently to what provinces asked of them. Questions and comments? Very short question. The Honourable Member for Wellington Halton Hills.
Speaker, a century ago, Viscount Haldane created the emergency doctrine of the Peace, Order and Good Government Clause of the Constitution, and at the time indicated that in peacetime, when that clause was used to create legislation, the onus was on the government to justify the use of that extraordinary power. Justice Laskin in the anti-inflation reference case seemed to suggest the same. Does my honourable colleague feel that that jurisprudence applies to the CCLA court case that is currently working its way in front of the court, that the Canadian Civil Liberties Association?
The Honourable Member for Montalville, a very short answer. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for his question. This is a fundamental question. Can we invoke a statute of this nature when one finds oneself in a peaceful situation, when there is no armed conflict, when there is no state of war? Well, I believe that in a situation like this one, and I said so in my statement, the burden of proof is on the shoulder of the government. However, in the current situation, the government at no time showed us that the EMA was necessary. If it's not necessary, we must vote against.
Resuming debate, and I really apologize to the member for Courtney Alberni, but the member has about 5 minutes.
No worries, Mr. Speaker. Thank you so much. And I want to thank all of my colleagues from across all political lines for their important interventions tonight and throughout the weekend. We're all tired. Canadians are tired. I just want to make sure it's unequivocally clear that the NDP is taking the use of this Emergencies Act very, very seriously. We've been unequivocally clear that if we vote in favor of the government's request, like we will tonight, it's not a blank check. We are not supporting it because we want to. We're very reluctant here, but because of the failure of leadership from all governments, all levels of government, which led to this point. And the government will have to stay within the established powers, or we will withdraw our support. We've made that unequivocally clear. Now, I just want to speak a little bit about the main group that's organized this protest, this convoy. They came to Ottawa. They had issued a memorandum of understanding, which is a pseudo-legal document that calls for the establishment of a committee between the Governor General and individuals appointed by Canada Unity, which would have had the power to override all levels of government and to dissolve the democratically federal government of Canada if they didn't follow through with the MOU. Now, this is unacceptable. They called on the Prime Minister to dissolve Parliament, and we can all agree that this is a failure of the leadership of the convoy as well to make that declaration, because it is certainly not a way to get a meeting with the Prime Minister and the government. This is the first time the Emergencies Act has ever been used since it was created over 30 years ago. And we believe that it should continue to be avoided as much as possible. We don't want to use this tool. It's very clear. But this is, again, a result of all levels of government, including our Prime Minister, failing to show leadership to help keep Canadians safe over the past few weeks. And what we're facing right now is not legitimate protest. It's not been peaceful. It has been an illegal occupation that has been harassing people in residential areas of Ottawa. People don't feel safe in their own homes. There have been reports of attempted arson of residential buildings. The convoy is giving themselves unlawful powers to detain people. And now we're seeing large amounts of firearms confiscated in Coutts, Alberta. This can't continue.
And if
to
you guys
escalate
have a
further. It
different
has to
channel
stop.
you want me to
And I
put up
understand the concerns that
in
people
one of
have
these
about the
other
potential
squares,
impacts
I
of the use
surely
of
will.
emergency measures legislation. I have those concerns too. And we've seen liberals
Within
and conservatives
reason.
abuse their power in the past. We've seen the government, their governments attack the rights of Indigenous people and workers as an example. And that is not what we're talking about here. We're talking about an illegal occupation that has been going on for 3 weeks. And it's having a huge impact on people. And the NDP will use all powers at its disposal to hold the government to account while the Emergency Act remains in effect. Now, I did hear a conservative member say that, the NDP is the party of the working class and we've abandoned them. Well, that's not true. We're not abandoning the people of Ottawa. We're not abandoning the workers of Ottawa. We are not abandoning automobile workers in Windsor, Ontario, and workers across this country. And we want to make sure there's a clear flow of goods and services so that businesses can continue to operate. Now, I heard the leader of the official opposition, initially say, I don't think we should be asking them to go home. So we need to turn this into the Prime Minister's problem. I had a person from my community say the same thing to me. Paul, he reached out to me and said, let the Prime Minister think on this. Well, I can tell you as a New Democrat, I will never let someone be harmed for political gain. We will not do that as New Democrats. We'll stand up for Canadians, for healthcare workers, for Indigenous people suffering across this country. And we need to stop the division. Now, I know the Conservatives like to paint this story that this isn't well supported, but again, I've made it very clear that Peter MacKay, their own former defense and justice minister, Conservative justice minister under Stephen Harper, thinks that this meets the bar and that this should be supported, as well as Vern White, Senator Vern White, a conservative senator, the former chief of Ottawa Police, Prime Minister Harper's own senior security advisor. The Premier of Ontario is a conservative. He is supporting this implementation of the Emergency Act to relieve the citizens of Ottawa and as well the city of Ottawa. How can all levels of government be ignored, including First Nations and First Nations in my own province, the First Nations Leadership Council of British Columbia, the Union of British Columbia Indian Chiefs, the BC Solicitor General in my own province support this. We need to move forward. We need to end the division in our country and stop the flow of misinformation and foreign money. And I see that, Mr. Speaker, you're cutting me off and it's time to go to a vote. But I urge us all as Canadians to come together, to drop the rhetoric. And, I know the Prime Minister said a Canadian is a Canadian is a Canadian. It's time for all of us to include each other and drop the rhetoric and try to heal as a country.
Comme il est 19h30, conformément.
As it is 7:30, pursuant to the order adopted on February 17th, 2020. All questions to dispose of the motion. The question is as follows.
Seconded by Mr. Trudeau, move that pursuant to Section 58 of the Emergencies Act, that this House confirm the declaration of a public order emergency proclaimed on February 14th, 2022. If a member of a recognized party present in the House wishes to request a recorded division, or that the motion be adopted on division, I would invite them to rise and indicate it to the chair. I recognize the honourable member for the Parliamentary Secretary for the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you. Mr. Speaker, we would request a recorded vote, please.
Call in the members.
Now have to pay $720,000 for the average house across Canada. In Toronto and Vancouver, it's now over $1 million. The year-end
I appreciate the lurk, Pickle.
who deserve to be able to get to their jobs, who be able to get their lives back.
Now, the eyes of the world are on Ottawa tonight as Freedom Convoy protesters prepare for major police action in the coming hours. So you got tow trucks, they're already on standby, and earlier today, police began a mass ticketing campaign, warning protesters, you must leave the area now. Anyone blocking the streets are committing a criminal offense, and you may be arrested. Police liaisons even told protesters they would be pushed out by tomorrow. Now, meanwhile, Trudeau's authoritarian tactics have sparked a massive backlash abroad and at home. In fact, today, Trudeau was taken to task on the floor of Parliament, where he let his true colors fly.
If Canadians are to trust their government needs to trust Canadians. Those are the words of the Prime Minister in 2015. These people, very often misogynistic, racist, women haters, science deniers, the fringe. Same Prime Minister 6 years later as he fans the flames of an unjustified national emergency.
Conservative Party members can stand with people who wave swastikas. They can stand with people who wave the Confederate flag. We will choose to stand with Canadians who deserve to be able to get to their jobs, who be able to get their lives back.
Now, the courageous member of Parliament you just saw, Melissa Lantsman, joins me now.
Ooh, he's something else.
MP Lantsman, thank you for joining us tonight. Now,
thanks for having me.
Tell us what was going through your mind when you heard his reference to swastikas.
Look, this is not a surprise to me. You just said it. This is his true colors. I sit there and watch him divide and wedge and stigmatize Canadians every single day. And today, the rest of Canada saw a G7 Prime Minister go after a Jewish member of Parliament and then walk away and not apologize.
Do you think there is an anti-Semitic element to this, or was it just a slip, a verbal slip?
Well, look, I think that words matter. And if you looked at my inbox in my office and you saw what my staff was looking at, when you accuse somebody of standing with a swastika, you get an influx of people calling you a Nazi, and that's not okay. And he is driving that. He's been driving division in this country since the protest started, since before the protest started, for his political gain. And I think his leadership is in trouble, the country's in trouble, and he's lost control of the situation.
Now, I would like to play now what happened when you did demand the apology from Trudeau. Watch.
I think he owes me an apology. I'd like an apology, and I think he owes an apology to all members of this House.
Now, MP Lantsman, he actually left after insulting you like that. That was his response. Kind of, run and hide is kind of his trademark at this point. Your reaction?
Yeah, look, he's lost control, and I'll just give your viewers. I can't call that out. There's rules that say that I can't call that out.
Okay.
But he is not, like, he was not there. He has not apologized, and I expect an apology. I got to tell you, Canada is the best country in the world. My parents chose it. I'm a child of a grandchild of Holocaust survivors, and to watch what is happening and what the Prime Minister is driving in this country is frankly egregious.
How much hate has been directed at you and others who just believe in free expression and the right to protest, even take away concerns about mandates and the truckers and cross-border traffic? Set that aside. How much hate have you?
They must be on break right now before they vote. That's what I'm thinking.
It's growing because of the Prime Minister's rhetoric on this. We've got an urban-rural divide. We've got an east-west divide, and that's being wedged by the Prime Minister. I'm the party's transport critic, so we've been calling to an end to these mandates, particularly the cross-border trucking mandate, since earlier this year. We've got one of the highest vaccination rates, and we also have we are the country with the highest, most draconian restrictions. So if he wants to end this today, he could have done that 19 days ago before putting forward a national emergency that is not justified. He could have gone out and talked to people rather than calling them racist and misogynist, and we could have put an end to this. He can drop the mandates and he can drop the restrictions today, and I think that we will have a much more cohesive country.
MP Lanceman, thank you very much for joining us tonight and being a leader in your country at this point.
Hey, Sean Hannity here. Hey, click here to subscribe to Fox News YouTube page.
Prime Minister, you twice were found guilty of breaking the Ethics Act. After those two convictions, did you decide to read the act?
You got 14 seconds, Prime Minister.
Yes, I have read the act a number of times.
Are you aware of Section 21?
Yes, since I've read the act, I'm aware of Section 21.
What does it say?
I can pull it up for you, but if you have it in front of you, you can remind me which.
Well, it says a
number
public
that is.
office holder, of which you are one, shall recuse himself or herself from any discussion, decision, debate, or vote in any matter in which, in respect of which he or she would be in a conflict of interest. Now, what you've admitted today is not just that you were in a conflict of interest, but that you consciously recognized in your May cabinet meeting that such a conflict might exist. That it didn't just slide by your desk, that you were consciously aware that there was an inappropriate link to your family that would put you in a conflict. Why did you, at that moment, not call the ethics commissioner and recuse yourself?
That is simply not true, Mr. Poilievre. The issue of advancing issues for one's own, and by the way, the ethics commissioner is looking into this right now, and I fully trust his judgment on determining it. But at the same time, my concern around recusing myself was a question around perceptions, because I knew full well that this Canada Summer Students Grant Program was not going to directly benefit my mother or my brother.
Your 16 seconds are up. Your 16 seconds are up. I'm going to ask you again, because nobody believes you when you say you don't know how much money your family has got from the We Group. So you've had a month to look into that. You knew you were going to testify here. Again, how much money total have your brother, mother, and spouse received from this organization? How much?
That information has been publicly shared, but I will highlight.
Well, then tell me what it is.
My mother
How much?
has
just the dollar figure
throughout her life.
The dollar figure, Prime Minister.
In various ways, and is proud of the work that she's done, and I'm proud of her.
How much? I'm looking for a dollar figure.
We can get that number for you if you like. It's been out in the media.
It's been in the media, but you don't know it?
I don't have it in front of me. And quite
you don't know how much your family has received from this organization, which you tried to give $500 million, really?
Can I answer, Mr. Poilievre?
I'm waiting. You haven't done an answer so far. Let's make this the first one.
My mother has worked as an advocate.
The dollar figure, Prime Minister.
Speaker, for
How much?
many good organizations across the country.
Mr.
over many,
Prime
many
Minister,
years.
you
And
are
she is proud
you
that
are
she
being
doesn't
asked
have to
a
rely
direct
on a
question
husband
at a
or a
parliamentary
son to
committee.
support her because she does her own work. And I'm proud of the work that she does. But I do not feel that it is
Answer
my
the question.
responsibility to peer into the work my mother is doing because I have
Point of order to suspend.
That she's doing.
Oh my gosh, this guy. Oh, I couldn't do it. I couldn't do it.
Longer part of this meeting. May I propose that we
It's okay, we can keep
for
Prime Minister and I can continue talking.
No.
I suspected that might be a problem. It's very convenient timing for the lights to go out.
Look, I got a message to the effect that his power has gone out. I have no reason to distrust him.
I hope you don't pull the fire alarm now.
Yeah, well, look, there's no intent in my own private home here in the middle of a pandemic. I don't have a fire alarm. I propose
the general process is that the vice chair assumes the chairing of the meeting. So we'll continue.
And that would be me. So we'll continue the meeting. And I now give the floor to the member for Carleton. Mr. Prime Minister, you have, I'm going to ask you one last time. How much did your family get from this organization? How much?
Have you read the Conflict of Interest Act, Mr.
Yes,
Poilievre?
I have.
How does it define family?
I'm asking you.
How does it define
I'm asking
family?
you how much your family got.
The Conflict of Interest Act defines family as spouse and direct dependents.
Point of order. So you're not going to answer that question. So you're not going to answer the question then. So you're not going to answer the question about how much your family received. Okay, you're right.
Hold it, gentlemen. If you
Sure doesn't seem like he's kind of trying to squirm his way around that one.
Can I welcome back Wayne Easter? Can I welcome back Wayne Easter, a man we've deeply missed? Come on, where have you been?
look,
I had things under control for you while you were gone.
I mentioned that, Pierre, it wouldn't be the first time you tried to put my lights out, and that's exactly what happened, Pierre. We got a thunderstorm here. Anyway, where will you're well into your 5 minutes, but go as one last question.
Mr. Trudeau, I'm going to conclude by asking you, you claim that you have no knowledge of the amount that has been paid in expenses to your spouse. You correctly pointed out that the Act defines family as including a spouse. Therefore, you know you're under investigation regarding the Act. I'm going to ask you again, how much in total, and I'm looking for a dollar figure here, sir, how much did your spouse receive in reimbursed expenses or other benefits from this organization? How much?
Your original question, Mr. Poilievre, was how much was my immediate family?
I asked you a different question now.
How
much? Mr. Poilievre, the Prime Minister has the floor.
My wife has never been paid since I was Prime Minister.
Reimbursed for expenses.
Mr. Poilievre, could we please have order? We'll allow the Prime Minister to answer the question, and then we'll move on to Ms. Zerowitz. Sorry, Julie. Mr. Prime Minister, you have about 30 seconds here.
The Ethics Commissioner has fully cleared my wife to continue her advocacy and her work with We Charity and other organizations.
How much?
In the kind of work that she's been doing all her life.
Just the dollar figure.
She's doing it unpaid for We. She is not being paid by We for her advocacy or for her podcasts. They are simply reimbursing her for expenses.
Thank you, Mr. Prime Minister.
All right. Am I on here? Oh, okay, great. Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to the Uncommon Core lecture, the causes and consequences of the Ukraine crisis. My name is Michael Volchak. I attended the university from 1986 to 1991. I got a bachelor's in political science and a master's in international relations. Professor Mearsheimer was a tremendous influence on my life. Completely revolutionizing my worldview, changed how I looked at international relations, politics, just everything. In fact, he was such a big influence on my life that, when I went home for the summer between one of the school years, leaving my college girlfriend here, she gave me a little keepsake picture book, and she said, "Here, to remember the people you love." And inside was a picture of her on the right and a picture of Professor Mearsheimer on the left. That's a true story. When I was here, the two biggest things that for me were military affairs and the Model United Nations of the University of Chicago, the student organization that I co-founded in 1988. And at that time, I discovered that you need a faculty advisor in order to have a registered student organization. So, of course, I thought for about 2 seconds, and then I went to see Professor Mearsheimer, and I'm not sure if he remembers this, but I asked him, "Will you be our faculty advisor?" And he said, "I will sign the piece of paper if I never have to do anything else after that." So I had found my faculty advisor. So, without further ado, I would like to introduce the R. Wendell Harrison Distinguished Professor of Political Science, Professor John J. Mearsheimer.
Thank you very much for that kind introduction.
I'm not sure what this part is. I'm trying to figure out that because I can put on another volume too. So unless you guys want to hear this, let me know.
Since February 2014, and indeed there was a big story on the civil war in eastern Ukraine in the newspapers this morning. The outline I'd like to follow is I'd just like to make a number of preliminary comments to give you some background on this crisis. Then I'd like to give you my thinking on what caused the crisis. Then tell you why I think the conventional wisdom is wrong. Talk a little bit about the West's response so far to the crisis, which is just, in my opinion, making a bad situation worse. And tell you what I think should be done. And then finally wrap up with some discussion of the consequences. So let me start with some preliminary comments. First, with regard to America's core strategic interests. For me, core strategic interests are areas of the world where you're willing to fight and die. And in my opinion, outside of the Western Hemisphere, which is of enormous strategic importance to us, there are only 3 areas of the world that really matter. 1 is Europe, 2 is Northeast Asia, and 3 is the Persian Gulf. And it's very important to understand that since this country got its independence in 1783, Europe has been the most important area of the world. Even though the Japanese attacked us at Pearl Harbor, we had a Europe first policy going into the war, and we had a Europe first policy throughout the war. And it's in large part because the great powers in Europe are more important than the great powers in Northeast Asia over time. And of course, the Persian Gulf was an important area because that's where the oil is, and oil is a critical resource that matters greatly in the international system. So those are the 3 most important areas outside the Western Hemisphere. And again, since the beginning of this country, Europe has been number 1. You want to understand that we're undergoing a fundamental shift of great importance. Asia, because of the rise of China, is going to be the most important area of the world for the United States. The Persian Gulf, because it's inextricably linked with Asia, oil flowing to India, oil flowing to China, the Persian Gulf will be number 2. And Europe will be a distant 3. We're basically leaving Europe in the rearview mirror. And of course, you want to keep this in mind because the Ukraine crisis is in Europe and it involves NATO. Just how to think about the geography of Europe. This is a simple, if not simplistic way of thinking about it, but here's a map. You can see where Ukraine is, you can see where Poland is, you can see where Russia is. The way I think about European security is there's France, Germany, Poland, Ukraine, and Russia. Of course, we're moving from west to east. These are the big kahunas, these are the big countries that matter. And of course, the 2 countries that matter the most historically are Germany and Russia, or for most of the 20th century, Germany and the Soviet Union. And I put them in red because, as you well know, both Germany and the Soviet Union fought bitter wars in Poland, in Ukraine, and we could add in Belarus as well, if need be. But as we go along here, you want to keep in mind that Ukraine is right next to Russia, and Poland is right next to Ukraine. And then out further west is Germany and France. Take this a step further. This is the ethnic breakdown of Ukraine. I'm going to show you a number of maps, all of which are designed to show you that Ukraine is a badly divided country, and what's taking place inside Ukraine today is in good part a civil war. And to that extent, it doesn't have that much to do with what the Russians or the West
before they vote.
are
They
doing
must be
there.
getting to think about it. I don't think
And
the
as you can
votes,
see in red,
I thought 8
are
o'clock
mostly
there, so maybe they're just on a
Ukrainian-speaking
quick
people.
break,
And then
I'm
as you
not
move
sure.
further east, you're talking about lots of Russians and certainly lots of Russian speakers. This is the Ukraine election of 2004. This is the election in the wake of the famous Orange Revolution, which I'll talk more about. As you can see, the country is badly divided between the East and the West. The Russian speakers in the East and the Ukrainian speakers in the West. This is the 2010 election, which resulted in Yanukovych getting elected. I'll talk about President Yanukovych as we go along. He was elected in 2010. And you can see there the voting patterns in the 2010 election look a lot like the voting patterns in the 2004 election. And then these are two recent surveys that came out from the International Republican Institute, that's here in the United States. This one says, if Ukraine could enter only one international economic union, which of the following should it be? And of course, the blue is the EU, and the light blue is the customs union, or actually the red is the customs union of Russia, Belarus, and Kazakhstan. And the cities up at the top are in western Ukraine, and the cities down on the bottom are in eastern Ukraine. So you can see very clearly that people in the West would like to join the EU. People in the East have little interest in joining the EU. Those are the EU numbers. Here are the NATO numbers. I mean, these two charts look virtually the same. But all of this tells you that you have a badly divided country. And the conflict between the West and Russia over Ukraine is played out in the context of this situation. This is a simple little view graph that shows Europe's dependence on Russian gas. It's quite clear from that view graph that many of the countries in Eastern Europe and even countries like Germany are heavily dependent on Russian natural gas. And of course, that gives the Russians lots of political leverage in this crisis, and it makes it very difficult for us to put pressure on the Russians. Okay, those are just a number of preliminary comments I wanted to throw out just to set this up. Let's talk about the causes of the conflict. I think if you're going to talk about the causes of the conflict, you have to come at it from three different perspectives. First of all, you have to ask, what are the deep causes of the crisis? What are the structural factors that underpin this conflict? Then you have to talk about the precipitating causes, because the crisis broke out on February 22nd, 2014. Things were not terrible until February 22nd, 2014. And that's when everything went to hell in a handbasket. And the question is, what caused it then? We focus on deep causes. It can't tell you why something happened in February 2014, but the precipitating causes
it's a lot
are
easier
designed
to
get
comply
at that.
when you understand, particularly when these restrictions impact your day-to-day life. The vaccine requirement for truckers, to me, is a good example. And if we forget about the demonstrations and we forget about the convoy for just a second and look at that policy for what it is. This is a policy that now goes against the World Health Organization's recommendation, and for which no epidemiological studies and projections have been provided. Meanwhile, the industry is clear. When this measure took effect, the price of transport for fresh products from the United States went up by 15 to 20% on average. Now, I understand there are many factors contributing to inflation, but inflation happens over time, not overnight. This is not a small consequence, given that Canadians are already facing the highest inflation in 30 years. And unfortunately, it affects more the most vulnerable amongst us. The impact is not the same if you make $200,000 or $300,000 a year versus if you make 15 to 20 bucks an hour. At least if the benefits were clearly explained with data and projections, not with talking points, it could make the burden more bearable. I've been looking for this data for weeks, but to no avail. This leads me to humbly suggest that the government should systematically publish the epidemiological projections and the scientific analysis underpinning the measures it imposes going forward. Third, to echo the comments I quoted earlier by Dr. Tam, we need to be building our capacity right now to face the next waves. As such, I believe the government should start negotiating the Canada Health transfers with provinces without delays. The government's position is quite frankly hard to understand. On the one hand, we say that we will not be negotiating the transfer before the pandemic ends. And on the other hand, we say that the pandemic will last for years. If we want to be able to truly live with the virus without resorting to the violence of lockdowns, these discussions cannot wait. There's no doubt that provinces have a lot to do to improve their healthcare systems and to gain in efficiency. But the federal government also has its role to play. At last, I think it's time to stop dividing Canadians, to stop pitting one part of the population against another. I can't help but notice with regret that both the tone and the policies of my government changed drastically on the eve and during the last election campaign. From a positive and unifying approach, a decision was made to wedge, to divide, and to stigmatize. I fear that this politicization of the pandemic risks undermining the public's trust in our public health institutions. This is not a risk we ought to be taking lightly. In this last year, Canada has reached one of the highest levels of vaccination in the world. It is something we should be proud of. It is something we should be celebrating. Yet here we are, more divided than ever. It's time to stop with the division and the distractions. It's time to choose positive, not coercive methods. It's time to unite. And finally, though I am alone voicing these concerns publicly today, I can tell you that I'm not the only one who feels, to varying degrees, as I do within our ranks. I remain hopeful that this call for more humanism, for more reason, and for more hope will be heard. I want to thank you all for your attention.
Thank you, merci. We will start with...
Okay, so that was one of the Liberals, Liberal MP Joel Lightbound. He is... See, now I think I'm too loud because I'm redlining here. I'm in the red. Let me turn me down slightly. Maybe I'll turn this down just slightly. Hopefully that's okay. Yeah, that looks good. Yeah, so that's one of the Liberals that will hopefully vote against the emergency measures. We'll see. We got 41 seconds to the vote here. If I can just go back to these seats for a minute. Wow, we have 3,000 people watching. Thank you for everyone for watching. Yeah, so here's the seats again. 20 seconds left. That's what the seats look like. So as you can see, it is an uphill battle for sure. But if we can get enough Liberals and enough NDP, you know, it's a possibility. But we'll see what happens. I'm going to take this off the screen and we will go back over to the live. I don't know what this beeping is. We'll see how I am after this vote, Dave. Big snow job. Go to vote. No. How many? I thought that MP stepped down. Did he step down? I don't know if he stepped down. It wouldn't surprise me if the Liberals kick him out. Maybe that's what the vacant seat is. Soros needs to go. Honk. What a disgrace. History in the waiting. What up, Scotland? NDP, will tyranny prevail? Right? That's the big question that we're all waiting for. This beeping is freaking annoying. I don't know why it's beeping. I can mute it. I'm just worried if we mute it, we'll miss something. Jesus reigns, said NY. Hope for freedom. China out of or Canada? That is the question. Rise up. I guess someone was saying that guy resigned, Joel Lightbound, but I can't.
Weird, what's going on here? What's going on? Looks like they're back on. No? Well, come on. What's going on? Hello? Just seeing if there's any other videos, as far as good live action we can watch also in the background. If anyone knows of anything, let me know. Well, what the heck? What the heck? What the heck?
Mr. Gerritsen. Mrs. Romanado. Mrs. Romanado. Mr. Lamour. Mr. Lamour. Ms. Sahota. Ms. Sahota. Mr. Fergus. Mr. Fergus. Mr. Ananda Sangari. Mr. Ananda Sangari. Ms. Dillon. Ms. Dillon. Mr. Essasi. Mr. Essasi. Madame Mendez. Madame Mendez. Mr. Nagvi.
What if everything we think we know about our leaders, our society, and our relations with the rest of the world?
Mr. Fragiscaros. Mr. Fragiscaros. Mr. Maloney. Mr. Maloney. Mr. Shifke. Mr. Shifke. Mr. Sorbara. Mr. Sorbara. Mr. Dong. Mr. Dong. Mr. Lewis Kitchener-Conestoga. Mr. Lewis Kitchener-Conestoga. Ms. Taylor-Roy. Ms. Taylor-Roy.
Where's the volume? All right, well, let's listen to this. This gentleman's, I like watching his anyways. You guys can watch it with me if you want.
Mr. Paulus. Mr. Nater. Mr. Barlow. Mr. Chong. Mr. Moore. Mr. Brassard. Mr. Berthold. Mr. Albus. Ms. Danshaw. Mr. Macaulay Edmonton West. Mr. Schmale. Mr. Tucker. Mr. Baldinelli. Mr. Lloyd. Mr. Lawrence. Mr. Duncan Stormandandas Salgangari. Mr. Kimmich. Mr. Calkins. Mr. Upal. Mr.
Put my hands up, Sabi. Thank you.
Mr. Aitchison. Mr. Lobb.
Thank
Mr.
you, Ben.
Perkins. Mrs. Gallant.
He's so nice.
Mr. Reed.
I like
Mr.
watching
Caputo. Ms. Ferreri. Monsieur Martel.
His acting up
Monsieur
in
Gould.
case,
Mr. Steinley. Ms.
anyone
Rude.
wanted to know what
Madame Vien.
his,
Ms. Lewis Haldeman
he's on
Norfolk.
YouTube. If you guys want
Mrs. Block.
So,
Mr.
you know, you don't
Pearson.
have to watch me.
Mr. Williamson.
I appreciate it if you want
Mr.
to.
McGuire. Mr. Aboultaif. Mr. Arnold. Monsieur Généreux. Monsieur Deltel. Monsieur Godin. Mr. Cooper.
Do you guys want me
Mr.
to
Kelly.
have it on all
Mr.
the different
Kitchen.
screens, or you want
Mrs.
me
Tubbs.
just to have it on the one big screen?
Mr. Shields. Mr. Waugh. Mr. Weber. Mr. Motz. Monsieur Lew. Mr. Bragdon. Mr. Dalton. Mr. Doddle. Mr. Cram. Mr. Kurek. Mr. Morrison.
The House will now wait for the electronic voting period to end before resuming its proceedings.
Oh, it comes back, right? Oh my goodness. All right, let's go
Madame Michaud. Monsieur Brunel Duceppe.
I
Monsieur
think he's a little
Thériault.
bit behind us,
Monsieur
but-
Perron.
All right.
Monsieur Barsalou Duval. Monsieur Champoux.
Freedom, says Two Feathers. I agree.
The House will now wait for the...
All right, so let's hear what this one has to say while we're waiting. Come on. All right, and I'll see if I can find anything else.
Again,
in the meantime. But right now we're playing this one, and it's
Margot Gontar, she is a
Free
Ukrainian
TV
journalist. She
Ukraine.
used to be with Voice of America News. She's saying she's hearing reports about jammed mobile connections just outside of the Russian occupied area in eastern Ukraine. So I haven't heard any other reports of this, so I'll see if I see anything. Maybe it's not true. Maybe it's not true. But we'll ultimately just have to see. No, I'm not. I believe that was on Al Jazeera. I can't confirm the footage. All right, hang on a second here. Hang on, folks.
Okay, I got something I want to show you guys. It's from Rebel News. All right.
Of this yet, this communications jamming thing. So I have no idea. I don't know. We'll have to I'm sure if there's some communications jamming going on, we'll hear some more reports about it. Right now, it's one unconfirmed report. What I'm going to do is
Good afternoon, Chief. David Menzies with Rebel News. Chief, can you kindly explain how it was that my colleague to my right here, Alexa Lavoie, was shot point blank with a tear gas canister, doing some very painful damage to her? What was the reason for that, given that she was simply practicing journalism in the public square?
So I'm unfamiliar with the incident you're speaking of. What I can tell you is that there is complaint mechanisms, there is review mechanisms that will be engaged following this for any use of force incident that occurred. I'll also say that it's been my observations and experience through the amazing extensive journalism coverage that's occurred through this, that the vast majority of our members have been extremely professional. They have executed an extremely methodical plan that has been focused on the safety of the residents, the safety of our officers, and the safety of the people engaged in the protest.
Let's have a look at some of the...
Oh, what's this?
I'll be talking about this more in a minute. Justin Trudeau has declared an emergency act, the strongest and most repressive tool in his government to try and silence and starve these people, to stop them getting their hands on their own money, to stop them getting petrol, to stop them getting food. It's insane what Trudeau is doing. Just have a look at now that the troops have moved in on these people.
Wow, what is this lady doing? Trampling horses. Trampling. Stop it. Stop it. Don't be selfish. We all want to go. Hey, you don't have to hit him like that. Move back. Please. Just one of you. Take my hand. Hey, come and feel this beautiful power of light and love. Is there nobody you guys want? You guys don't look like people. You look like good people. You don't look like bad people. You look like you have good hearts. To have the strength. To stand up like we are.
This is terrifying, James.
Well, I'll tell you what, Ro and Rita, we have gone from 2 weeks to flatten the curve to 2 weeks to flatten protesters, take your money out of your bank account, make peaceful protest a crime. It is an absolute disgrace. And, you know, it is quite telling, I think, that so-called peaceful, progressive, universal liberal Canada has beneath that velvet glove a real iron fist. And it's very, very telling because it's not just about COVID. It is about how all of these progressive governments, think about Jacinda Ardern in New Zealand, think of so many others. Macron. Victoria. Exactly right. And every one of these times where, what's the root cause here? They've sacrificed basic principles of individual rights for the collective good. And every time
This flashlight can burn through anything. Cardboard, plastic,
Okay, I'm just waiting on the sound to come back. Come on.
Technical difficulties, voting period. I wish to inform the House that the electronic voting period has ended. I will invite members who encounter technical difficulties to identify themselves. If members were not able to vote due to technical difficulties, they may now use the raise hand function and the chair will recognize them. Ms. Zurowitz.
Mr. Speaker, my app has asked me to confirm that I have voted, and I vote yay.
Your vote has been cast as yes. Madame Kayabaga.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Je voudrais voter oui pour la motion.
Merci. Okay, bon. Mr. Morris.
Mr. Speaker, I had issues with the app. I will be voting nay contre.
Yes, thank you, Speaker. I would like to confirm that I voted nay.
Against Cont. Mr. Hoback.
Mr. Speaker, to confirm that I voted no.
Mr. Fall. Mr. Fall.
My vote was recorded as a nay.
Mr. Fast.
Mr. Speaker, I vote no.
Mr. Fast. Against Cont. Mr. McLean.
Does anyone know, are they voting
Thank
no
you, Mr. Speaker. I just want
against
to
the
make
act?
sure you know that I vote no to this motion.
Mr. McLean. Against Cont. Monsieur Singh.
I vote for the motion. Shame.
Mr. Singh for poor. Ms. Thomas.
Mr. Speaker, I want to confirm that my vote is no.
Mrs. Thomas against Cont. Ms. Goodridge.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to confirm that my vote is no.
It is confirmed. Mr. Genius.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I want to confirm that my vote was cast as a nay.
It is registered. Mr. Redikoff.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I just too want to confirm that my vote was cast as a negative nay.
Your vote was registered as nay. Mr. Stewart. Mr. Stewart. Okay, maybe we'll go back. Ms. Kwan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My voting app was not working, and I vote yes.
Ms. Kwan, for. Ms. Gray.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to confirm that my vote was a nay.
Your vote was registered as nay. Mr. Viss.
Mr. Speaker, I confirm that my vote was nay.
It is confirmed at nay. Mr. Stewart.
Can you hear me?
Go for it.
Can you hear me now?
Anyway, thank you. Anybody else? Okay, we will compile a vote. Yeas pour 185, 185. Nays contre 151, 151. I declare the motion carried. The Honorable Leader of the Official Opposition, on a point of order.
Speaker, I rise to file with you pursuant to Section 59 of the Emergencies Act, a motion to revoke the Prime Minister's emergency declaration that was proclaimed last week.
Yes, does that mean, oh my God.
The motion is signed by more than 20 members of the Conservative Party.
The Government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, as you are aware,
where there was a House order, the House would adjourn after the vote, Mr. Speaker.
We were waiting for 2 points of order this time. I'll let her finish, and then we'll finish up.
Consider the matter at the next sit-in week. I say this to all Canadians, that Conservatives will continue to use every tool at our disposal to end the Prime Minister's abuse.
The Honourable
Speaker, point of order, Mr. Speaker. You can't even. This is not a point of order, Mr. Speaker.
Are we done? The Honourable Government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I would just like to take the time to thank the staff who stayed over the course of the weekend, the clerks, the House administration. It has been a long hour. This has been a historic debate, but I think we should thank all the people who serve this place for their...
They're so dirty, they're trying to end it soon so they can get out of there. They don't want to have to face this.
Come, Ely.
It being 8:23 p.m. pursuant to the order made Thursday, February 17th.
This new drug-free toenail fungus treatment is destroying the foot care market, which works for getting rid of...
Incredible service. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
It being 8:23 p.m. pursuant to the order made Thursday, February 17th.
Incredible service. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
It being 8:23 p.m. pursuant to the order made Thursday, February 17th.
Okay, I'm not sure what's going on here. I'm trying to refresh it. Yeah, I'm not sure what's going on right now. Trying to figure that out. I don't know what's going on with my dang microphone either. All right. Let me find something that we're gonna. Okay. Come on. Alright, I'll turn this on for now till I get another thing pulled up for us.
But, you know, our viewer LG mentioned the, I forget what sabotage or something like that. But again, it's just, it seems like he would concoct some reason for it. He wouldn't just randomly start firing missiles at, you know, Ukraine.
Bear with me, people. Bear.
Yeah, see, look, I totally agree with this. I was just talking about this. Charles Lister says, within hours of Russian troops arriving in Donetsk tonight, the Kremlin-backed DPR is now reporting, quote, explosions targeting the city. It's not hard to see such attacks now being used as a direct pretext for Russian retaliation on Ukraine proper. Would not be surprised at all. Would not be. That's literally what we've been talking about. Intel Crab retweeted that. Thank you, South Wales Metal Detecting and Timothy Glenn.
Ooh, we should listen to this too.
And also, thank you to, that's very kind of you, Gabriel Gibson. Thank you, Gabriel. I very much appreciate that. Thank you. And also, Teresa Wright.
Here, I'll be right back.
I haven't gotten a confirmed time about the UN. I had seen it was supposed to be 9 p.m., but I don't know if they're still taking to that schedule. Tonight, the UN.
I recently resigned. The last 8 years I was a sniper. We want to clarify what the new emergency proclamation issued last night means. Under the order, Canadians continue to be allowed to come to Ottawa with their children if they choose to engage in peaceful, lawful protest. The order only restricts people from coming to Ottawa with intention to engage in violence, block critical infrastructure, or to disrupt trade. The Freedom Convoy and our supporters have always denounced violence. We only support peaceful protest. We are here in peaceful, lawful protest, seeking the restoration of our fundamental rights and freedoms. All Canadians should be surprised, no matter your political opinions, that the federal government has resorted to such an extreme and authoritarian measure like the Emergencies Act, and that the government wants to use force against a peaceful demonstration. We call on our fellow Canadians to come to Ottawa to exercise their legal right of assembly and protest. The more Canadians that come to Ottawa will make it harder for the government to get the police to follow their illegal order.
My personal observations as boots on the ground here for the last has left. We are concerned that the government will order the police to use violence against the peaceful protesters. The greater number of Canadians having more Canadians here defending the charter.
Please no one spam. Like, I welcome free open
orders.
dialect, but just don't spam.
The convoy is conducting a lawful protest. We recognize there is a democratic process.
Acting up, UK has dropped all restrictions and testing. Yeah, I know lots of places in the world seem to be moving to the right place. It's just like, for whatever reason, Trudeau has his head so far up his own ass that he doesn't want to. Freedom, I can't believe that this happened in Canada.
Thank you, Aiden Shine, by the way, and Stacy, and Kane Holben. Thank you.
Dictator.
Hoban.
At least I can try to see if there's a live stream going on in Ottawa or something. You know, I wanted to watch that there. We'll see if anybody's at least shooting a live stream and what's actually going on the ground in Ottawa.
Yeah,
wow, 3,000 people watching. Thank you for that, everyone. Like and subscribe.
Yeah, I can't show. I mean,
this,
if we're on the air in the United Nations stuff, in the United Nations broadcast, I can't take their footage. Their video footage is not public domain, but I might be able to get you audio of it. I'd like to at least see what is said, although I don't think it's going to change anything. I'm sure Russia's going to say we did nothing wrong, and other people are going to say we did stuff wrong, you did stuff wrong, and that's going to be that. New video posted by Igor Gherkin. What is this one? He posted a video So all right, he claims this is Donetsk. I assume he means Russian forces. So he says this was posted, it's a social media video from Donetsk tonight, I guess. What am I looking at? It's kind of hard to see.
Let's see, maybe stunt dummy stone.
So again, it looks like maybe some military vehicles going through Donetsk, but I'm not sure. It's kind of hard to see there. Who knows? Maybe Russia is moving lots of military stuff into Donetsk tonight. Yeah, Osin Tactical talks about too. He says, there have been reports of explosions in eastern Ukraine for days, but there are now officially Russian troops moving in, raises the risk they may become, quote, involved. Again, it's this idea that Russia will say, you attack eastern Ukraine, and our troops are there, so we're going to attack
that you want me to put in one of these boxes. Let me know any Ukraine. Any Canada protest things, anything that you want that's live right now.
Thank you, T. Frege, for your support. T. Frege, and also South Wales Metal Detecting. And Stacy and Aiden Shine. Thank you, I Like Ike, for letting me know this. All State Department personnel are out of Ukraine now, relocated to a hotel in Poland, says Jennifer Jacobs. The U.S. alerted high-ranking Ukrainian officials beforehand. They notified other allies also, but unclear if those embassies electing to follow suit. So, Jennifer Jacobs is reporting that all State Department personnel are now out of Ukraine. They were evacuated today to a hotel in Poland. They had been, the embassy a couple weeks ago, I believe, was switched, or last week, was transferred from Kyiv to Lviv in the far west part of the country. But today, the U.S. Biden administration ordered all of their State Department employees out of the country. I don't know if other countries are going to do the same thing.
We were all fighting, girl. All over the world is fighting. Yes, all over the world is fighting. And we need to keep fighting. They are not taking over. They are not taking over my body. They are not tracking me. My mother gave birth to me, okay? They are not, no, it's not going to happen.
I like her.
I'm hard-headed, okay? I don't even listen, I don't even listen to my own parents. So what makes you think that you're going to tell me I'm going to put something in my body? Absolutely fucking not. I'm not doing it. Hell no. No. You can kill me dead right there. I will never, ever get a microchip put in my body. I will never let someone tell me what I can and can't do. If it's a law that you're not supposed to be doing something like, drinking and driving, okay, yes. But you're not going to tell me that I can't that I have to, she's getting scared because I'm tensed. You're not going to tell me that I have to get something in my body. That will never ever happen. I won't.
She has a really cute dog. She must be really mad at someone right now. Because usually she's really nice.
So get the fuck out of here with that BS. Klaus Schwab, get the fuck out of here. You ain't microchipping nobody. Are you going to pin them down? Or maybe wait, when elderly people or young people going for surgeries, are you going to inject them while they're under, under anesthesia?
Oh, that's a good point. That's pretty scary.
You ain't taking me against my will. I'll fight you tooth and nail, and you'll have to put a bullet in my head because I will never fucking get it. Hell no. So you can fuck off with that. Sorry. I'm getting mad, guys. Sorry. Sorry. Troy had to tell me, okay, that's enough.
I'll be right back.
I'll give you know what? I'll send you guys some Canada flags, okay? Canadian-made Canada flags, okay? I'm heated, guys. Sorry, I'm getting all red and hot. I need a cigarette. I'm gonna try not to smoke in front of you guys, but I'm so mad. This needs to end. Someone needs bong hits. I don't smoke weed, but I probably need it at this point, okay? If you guys need a flag, Canadian made, go to my email in the description box below. Get in touch with me, and I'll get you one. Exactly, Elaine. They talk about science, but never showed the receipts. Exactly. They let COVID, they let COVID go on and on and on and on. This is all just part of the Great Reset, okay? This is how it's gonna work. They make a man-made, quit laughing at me. I see you smirking over there. It's not funny. I'm pissed off. They make a man-made virus, say it's a global pandemic, and we all need.
Yeah, guys, there's been some unconfirmed reports of some jam communications in Ukraine, but there's not. I mean, I saw basically one report about it. So I'm sure if it's happening, you're going to hear a lot more. You'll hear a lot more reports about it. Isaac Erickson sent me this. Yeah, I don't know where they saw. I was looking for this report. I don't know where they saw this report. Global Military Info said, according to U.S. officials to CNN, the U.S. is seeing Russia loading up amphibious ships with equipment and actively loading up equipment for airborne units. So it just seems like the military is ready to go. But we'll have to see if anything more happens. Hopefully not. Like at this point, I don't even know, I said this last night. I mean, we're just at this place in the crisis where it's like stuff could happen at any time or not happen for a while. You just have no idea. Uh, 19 minutes until the UN Security Council, if it starts on time. I'm just checking some of the messages people have sent me. John says, hearing what China says tonight at the UN Security Council meeting is very important. They are likely the only real influencer on Putin's calculus. That's what John says. China has done this interesting thing where a couple times I believe they've said that Ukraine's borders should be respected. So, recently. Here, look. Sorry. Behind China's warning against a Russian invasion is a desire to protect ties with the U.S., says Wall Street Journal. After strongly supporting Moscow's standoff with the West over Ukraine, Beijing aligns its position closer to Washington's. China's more explicit warnings in recent days against a Russian invasion of Ukraine show how Beijing is walking a tightrope, trying to build up a partnership with the Kremlin while preventing its relationship with Washington from becoming outright hostile. A shared interest in confronting the U.S. has driven the China-Russia relationship to its closest point since the early days of the Cold War 7 decades ago. But since Chinese President Xi this month gave his Russian counterpart his strongest support to date in Moscow's standoff with the West, Beijing has been calling for a resolution of the crisis through diplomatic channels. I have a theory about this. This is my theory. So again, that Beijing has said a couple things suggesting that they don't want Russia to intervene in Ukraine or to attack Ukraine. I have a theory about this. My theory is that China thinks that if Russia does the full invasion of Ukraine, which many think it will, it's crazy and it will cost Putin his rule. And it'll end with Putin being out of office. And it could cause great change in Russia. And China doesn't want to lose their ally in dictatorship. Their dictatorship ally that can oppose the U.S. and do all other kinds of bad stuff. And lie about everything, which they both do. That's my theory. It's just my theory. It's that they don't want to lose their ally, and they're worried that if Putin invades, it's so nuts that it'll cost him his rule in Russia, and maybe cause like a big revolution in Russia because it'll be so bad. I don't know, but again, that's my little theory. Take it or leave it. That's my theory about Russia and why China is speaking out against Russia now. Hang on one moment. Yeah, the UN has a live shot up, but nobody's speaking yet. I can't steal their live shot, but the UN does have a live shot up, but nobody is speaking. Thank you, Corey. Al Jazeera, BNO News, Al Jazeera releases additional footage of what it says are Russian soldiers, I think we saw this one, arriving in Donetsk in eastern Ukraine. Is it? Oh, they posted it. I should go to their Twitter page. So maybe this is Russian soldiers arriving in eastern Ukraine. I don't know. Link to UN feed? Yeah, it's really hard. United Nations at YouTube. It's really hard to find. You can't. You cannot. You cannot show their footage. So I'm just waiting to see if this starts. It's in 12. The UN meeting is supposed to start in 12 minutes. We'll see if it starts on time. Ben Rhodes, former national security advisor, I believe, I think, says Putin could meet his objectives in the short run and fail catastrophically in the long run. This is a hard truth to absorb in a culture where attention spans are instantaneous and ironic, given Putin is the one obsessed with history. I've said this before. If what he's going to do is try to take over Ukraine, which his speech today made it sound like, and the military out there that he's arranged around Ukraine makes it look like, if he really tries to do that, I'm so confused by the plan, because it would seem that it would require like this permanent giant occupation force to continually, beat the Ukrainians into submission. And I don't know that the citizens of Russia are ready to support a permanent, enormous occupation force constantly being attacked by Ukrainian rebels who hate the people who've taken over their country. It's kind of confusing to me.
What the hell is that? Link, back in the vehicle!
There's people on the UN stream taking pictures. That's what I see people taking photographs on the UN stream. People are walking into the UN Security Council room, I believe. Is the meeting starting? I was looking at the UN feed, and am I looking at the wrong thing? It says live. It says UN live. But it's showing the outside of the room. It's not showing the inside of the room. Thank you. Ben gets his his MBA. Thank you to Frege. Yeah, I see the UN stream. I don't see the inside of the room. I see the outside of the room. Oh, maybe I must be watching the wrong thing. I guess I'm watching the wrong thing. I'm watching United Nations on YouTube. I guess they're not showing it. Maybe I need to go to the UN website. I don't know. Hasn't started. It's 8:52. Shouldn't be starting yet. They have UN Web TV. One of our viewers said UN Web TV. Security Council, live meeting, UN Web TV. It's not on yet. It says the meeting's closed. The meeting's supposed to be open. It says this meeting is closed. I thought the meeting was supposed to be open. I think the meeting is open. I think it might be the case that this meeting is closed is just up there until 9. Zach Basu says, Secretary of State Blinken confirms reports that U.S. personnel at the relocated embassy in Lviv will spend the night in Poland as the security situation in Ukraine continues to be unpredictable throughout the country and may deteriorate with little notice. This is from Secretary of State Blinken. Today, the Department of State is again taking action for the safety and security of our U.S. citizens, including our personnel. For security reasons, Department of State personnel currently in Lviv will spend the night in Poland. Just one night? Just one night? Our personnel will regularly return to continue their diplomatic work in Ukraine and provide emergency consular services. So weird. They will continue to support the Ukrainian people and the Ukrainian government, coordinate on diplomatic efforts. The U.S. commitment to Ukraine's sovereignty and territorial integrity in the face of blah, 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 blah. The security, we strongly read our recommendation to U.S. citizens to depart Ukraine immediately. The security situation in Ukraine continues to be unpredictable throughout the country and may deteriorate with little notice. Russian troops have continued to move closer to the border in what looks like plans for an invasion at any moment. See that? That's from the Secretary of State tonight. He says Russian troops have continued to move toward the border in what looks like plans for an invasion at any moment. Now remember, we only have a couple little videos here and there. They have all kinds of intelligence about what's going on with the Russian troops. I want to post this. I don't know if I'm going to be able to. It's weird to me that they're like just announcing that they'll stay the night in Poland. Secretary of State Blinken says Department of State personnel will spend the night in Poland. Oops, crap. Secretary of State Blinken says Department of State personnel.
Apparently there's supposed to be a live meeting or something for Ukraine pretty soon. Apparently there's supposed
Seems odd to be making an announcement about where they will spend a single night. Secretary of State Blinken says, Department of State personnel currently in Lviv will spend the night in Poland. Seems odd to be making seems odd to be making an announcement. To make an announcement? Secretary of State Blinken. Secretary of State Blinken.
Let's check on this other one up here. Let's check on this other one up. Check on this other one. Check on this other one.
witnessing is nothing less than dangerous war hysteria. Western countries, particularly the US and UK, make predictions of an alleged Russian invasion of Ukraine. Meanwhile, the security situation within Ukraine is deteriorating. Will Biden and Johnson get their war?
More than 20 years have passed since one of the world's deadliest terrorist attacks that took thousands of lives.
People started to scream. There was a wave of heat that came over us that was like opening up an oven door.
But not all wounds have healed. The survivors and responders have increased rates of cancer and other health.
Right? I'm amazed, but are you guys in shock? He's been hiding. He wants to throw that power and the power grabs, but he doesn't want to show up to his actual invoked power. He does not want to show up.
Hopefully she watches
because he'd be afraid to walk home or get out of where he is. Not walk home, sorry, but get out of where he is. Yeah, we can't fly our flags. If all the truckers simply stay home, supplies and stores will run out in 3 to 4 days. Gas will also be gone soon after, and the government will have no choice but to cave. See, that's Alan. See, if we could do that. But there's still some, that are gonna wanna go and move their trades across the border and everywhere else. There's some that
I assume maybe the U.S. and like Russia and I don't know if Ukraine's going to speak there or whatever. Maybe they'll speak first, and we might end up cutting out of it after the first couple speakers. It's getting a little late, so I have to choose when I kind of take my breaks and sleep and all that stuff. They have not started yet, but I would like to hear the first couple speakers.
Yeah, I would like to hear just the first couple speakers too, just to see what's going to be going on here.
They're getting ready. Ooh, hold on. Hang on. What happened to that? I found it. There we go. Give me one moment here. All right, so we're waiting for this to start.
Wonder if this sounds better. Trying to see. Trying to fix my microphone, but I suppose I should have did that.
I mean, I think at this point, you just don't know when stuff's going to happen. I mean, stuff could happen during the day, at night. You just don't know. We're at this point where who knows when developments will happen.
You've been asking our guests, what are the immediate consequences of this decision to recognize the independence? Well, there it is. Now, Kiev will
I see
probably
people
be hesitant.
standing around the table, but they haven't started yet. Looks like they're getting ready to start.
will be up against the Russian military in that particular case. There are also other elements of it, for example, the economic measures that will be applied by Russia from now on, because they will ensure further security of the banking sector of the two republics and financial stability as well. But what I also want to tell you about is Vladimir Putin's speech. It could have been quite short after listening
for it to start.
The most senior Russian officials, Vladimir Putin, held a conversation, held a council with them, and we heard from Sergei Shoigu, we heard from other government ministers that it was high time to recognize the independence. So Mr. Putin could have just come out and said, okay, we're doing this, we've made the historic decision. But instead, Mr. Putin gave a full-on history lesson about the historic connections between Russia and Ukraine and explained the full motivation behind the Kremlin move. And one of the elements of
Gary
it was,
Lakes
of course,
is going to start just rang at the Security Council. What did I do here? Hang on, I keep messing myself up. Here it is. Yeah, this was a scary thing that Putin said today. You can see this is an op-ed in the Washington Post. The Post view, this is the way the post-world world ends. But he said he had this warning in his speech today to those who helped oust a Kremlin-backed regime in Ukraine in 2014. We know their names and we will find them and bring them to justice. How about that? Can see the Post says, on Monday, President Putin of Russia, in an extraordinary soliloquy viewed live around the world, President Putin attacked and delegitimized not just independent Ukraine and its government, but all facets of the security architecture of Europe, declaring both to be creatures of a corrupt West headed by the U.S. that are unremittingly hostile towards Russia. I think they're about to start at the UN, I think. I'm seeing people sit down. I'll try to get you some audio. Hang on, folks. Hang on.
The 8,970th meeting of the Security Council is called to order. The provisional agenda for this meeting is letter dated 28 February 2014 from the Permanent Representative of Ukraine to the United Nations, addressed to the President of the Security Council, S/2014/136. The agenda is adopted. In accordance with Rule 37 of the Council's Provisional Rules of Procedure, I invite the representative of Germany and Ukraine to participate in this meeting. It is so decided. In accordance with Rule 39 of the Council's Provisional Rules of Procedure, I invite Ms. Rosemary DiCarlo, Under-Secretary General for Political and Peacebuilding Affairs, to participate in this meeting. It is so decided. The Security Council will now begin its consideration of item 2 of the agenda. I now give the floor to Ms. Rosemary DiCarlo.
Thank you. Mr. President, it's with great concern and sadness that I brief the Council this evening on the unfolding dangerous situation in and around Ukraine. In his statement today, the Secretary General was clear. The Secretary General considers the decision of the Russian Federation to recognize the independence of certain areas of the Donetsk and Luhansk regions to be a violation of the territorial integrity and sovereignty of Ukraine and inconsistent with the principles of the Charter of the United Nations. We very 1,231 ceasefire violations in the Donbas area from 18 to 20 February. 1,073 ceasefire violations, including 926 explosions in the Luhansk region, and 2,158 ceasefire violations, including 1,100 explosions in Donetsk region. We remind all involved of their responsibilities under international humanitarian law and human rights law. Although the United Nations is not in a position to verify the numerous claims and allegations made by various actors, we are deeply concerned about the reports of civilian casualties, targeting of civilian infrastructure, and ongoing evacuations. Mr. President, we are extremely concerned about the possible implications of the latest developments for the existing negotiation frameworks. Amid the current risks and uncertainty, it is even more important to pursue dialogue. Negotiation is the only way to address the existing differences
Meet your next
among
pillow.
the key actors
Why do we
regarding
make our pillow in the
regional
shape of a
security
cube?
issues
I'll tell
and
you.
the settlement of the
The problem with
conflict
pillows is
in
that you're trying to
eastern
fit a round
Ukraine
peg into
in
a square
accordance
hole,
with
or rather a
Security Council
pillow-shaped peg
Resolution
into a shoulder-shaped hole.
2202.
This is Sydney.
Hello.
Look at the space.
Before the current already dangerous conditions escalate further, we call on all relevant actors to focus their efforts on an immediate cessation of hostilities. Civilians and civilian infrastructure must be protected, and actions and statements that may worsen the situation must be avoided. Over the past few weeks, key actors have been engaged in intense diplomatic efforts to avert a new eruption of conflict in the heart of Europe. The Secretary General fully supports these efforts and has deplored even the possibility that a new conflict could break out. Mr. President, we are committed to our long-term partnership with Ukraine, a founding member of the United Nations, as it continues to pursue the democratic reform agenda 30 years after independence. And once again, we reiterate the full commitment of the United Nations to the sovereignty, independence, and territorial integrity of Ukraine within its internationally recognized borders, according to General Assembly resolutions. Throughout the 8 years of conflict in eastern Ukraine, the United Nations has continued to provide life-saving humanitarian support to all in need, as well as human rights-related work. During this difficult period, we are committed to stay and deliver and remain fully operational in Ukraine, including in the Donetsk and Luhansk regions. The safety and security of our staff must be respected by all parties. Mr. President, the next hours and days will be critical. The risk of major conflict is real and needs to be prevented at all costs. I can assure you of the full commitment of the Secretary General to work toward a diplomatic resolution of the current crisis. Thank you, Mr. President.
I thank Ms. DiCarlo for her briefing. I now give the floor to those council members who wish to make statements. I give the floor to the permanent representative of the United States.
Thank you, Mr. President. Since World War II, the United Nations Charter, the key tenets of which this council is mandated to uphold, has stood as a bulwark to the worst impulses of empires and autocrats. Earlier today, Russia's President Vladimir Putin announced that Russia will recognize as independent states the so-called DPR and LPR regions, the sovereign territory of Ukraine, an area controlled by Russia's proxies since 2014. He has since announced that he will place Russian troops in these regions. He calls them peacekeepers. This is nonsense. We know what they really are. In doing so, he has put before the world a choice. We must meet the moment, and we must not look away. History tells us that looking the other way in the face of such hostility will be a far more costly path. Russia's clear attack on Ukraine's sovereignty and territorial integrity is unprovoked. It is an attack on Ukraine's status as a UN member state. It violates a basic principle of international law, and it defies our charter. What is more, this move by President Putin is clearly the basis for Russia's attempt to create a pretext for a further invasion of Ukraine. The consequences of this action will be felt far beyond Ukraine's borders. We do not have to guess at President Putin's motives. Today, President Putin made a series of outrageous false claims about Ukraine aimed at creating a pretext for war, and immediately thereafter announced Russian troops are entering the Donbass. He claimed that Ukraine is seeking nuclear weapons from the West. This is not true. Ukraine is, in fact, one of only 4 countries to have voluntarily surrendered their nuclear weapons. The United States and our allies have no intention of supplying nuclear weapons to Ukraine, and Ukraine doesn't want them. And then President Putin asserted that Russia today has a rightful claim to all territories from the Russian Empire. The same Russian Empire from before the Soviet Union, from over 100 years ago. That includes all of Ukraine. It includes Finland. It includes Belarus and Georgia and Moldova, Kazakhstan, Kyrgyzstan, and Tajikistan, Turkmenistan, Uzbekistan, and Lithuania, Latvia and Estonia. It includes parts of Poland and Turkey. In essence, Putin wants the world to travel back in time, to a time before the United Nations, to a time when empires ruled the world. But the rest of the world has moved forward. It is not 1919. It is 2022. The United Nations was founded on the principle of decolonization, not recolonization. And we believe the vast majority of UN member states and the UN Security Council are committed to moving forward, not going back in time. The consequences of Russia's actions will be dire across Ukraine, across Europe, and across the globe. In our past 2 meetings on Ukraine, I've mentioned nearly 3 million Ukrainians will need food, shelter, and life-saving assistance right now. The UN estimates the humanitarian toll will expand significantly should Russia further invade. Already, Russian proxies dramatically increased shelling and artillery fire over the weekend, killing Ukrainian civilians and soldiers. If Russia invades Ukraine even further, we will see a devastating loss of life, unimaginable suffering. Millions of displaced people will create a refugee crisis across Europe. Nevertheless, Russia has declined repeated entreaties to state its intentions before the world, including by Secretary Blinken in the Security Council last Thursday. Colleagues, President Putin is testing our international system. He is testing our resolve and seeing just how far he can push us all. He wants to demonstrate that through force, he can make a farce of the UN. We must act together in response to this crisis. Over the past few weeks, the world has heard the other 14 members of the Security Council speak with one voice, asking Russia to pursue diplomacy. Other members of this council, even those who often align with Russia on other matters, have been clear that the sovereignty, independence, and territorial integrity of every UN member state should be respected and safeguarded, including Ukraine. That this is a basic norm of international relations and that it embodies the purpose of the UN Charter. The sequence of events that Secretary Blinken spelled out for this council last Thursday appear to be proceeding exactly as he predicted. Today, President Putin has torn the Minsk agreement to shreds. We have been clear that we do not believe he will stop at that. In light of President Putin's latest actions, we must all stand up for the principles upon which this organization was founded. President Biden issued an executive order today that will prohibit new investment, trade, and financing in the so-called DPR and LPR regions. Tomorrow, the United States will take further measures to hold Russia accountable for this clear violation of international law and Ukraine's sovereignty and territorial integrity. But we and our partners have been clear that there will be a swift and severe response were Russia to further invade Ukraine. In this moment, no one can stand on the sidelines. We must make it clear that an attack on Ukraine is an attack on the sovereignty of every UN member state and the UN Charter, and that it will be met with swift and severe consequences. We continue to believe that the diplomatic table is the only place where responsible nations resolve their differences. That is the only place to preserve peace. Thank you, Mr. President.
I thank the representative of the United States for their statement. I give the floor to the permanent representative of Albania.
Thank you, Mr. President. Let me thank you, G.D. Carlo, for another clear and comprehensive briefing to the Security Council on this issue. Albania condemns, in the strongest terms, Russia's decision to recognize non-government controlled areas of Ukraine as independent entities. This is a breach of international law, an affront to the UN Charter, another blatant violation of Ukraine's sovereignty and territorial integrity, and it puts an end to the Minsk agreements. This act of the Russian Federation is null and void, has no basis, and has no international legal validity. We call on the Security Council and all the United Nations member states to reject and condemn it firmly. Albania reiterates its firm position in support of the sovereignty and territorial integrity of Ukraine within its internationally recognized borders. Mr. President, less than a week ago, we were sitting in this very room at the Russian initiative to discuss the implementation of the Minsk agreements. Today, we meet at an emergency meeting exactly because of the Russian Federation decision to violate the very Minsk agreements. Yeah. This is a disrespect not only to the Council and its decisions, but for the entire universal principles of international law, Russia is set to respect and protect. The whole world has witnessed how the Russian Federation has continuously worked to undermine the sovereignty of Ukraine and to determine its geopolitical orientation. What happened today is nothing less but a bis repetita of what we have seen in Georgia in 2008 and with Crimea in 2014, meaning an aggression by fabrication of phantom republics. Who is next? Every UN member state should be alarmed and realize, eyes wide open, the consequences of instrumentalization of national minorities as a weapon to undermine sovereign states, threaten regional and international peace and security. We should not accept the made in Russia model of destabilization be exported to other parts of Europe or anywhere else. We reiterate our demand for the removal of the military troops from the Ukrainian border and from the occupied territories of Ukraine, including troops disguised as peacekeepers when they are simply aggressors.
We're just going to cut away from that that UN meeting and move on to some other news now. The Canadian Parliament has passed an emergency act which keeps extraordinary powers in place to bring an end to protests against COVID measures that at one point had the centre of the country's capital at a standstill. The convoy received global support and US truckers have now jumped on board. At least 1,000 American activists, naming themselves the People's Convoy, aim to cross the country in support of the Canadian protesters. The demonstrators have published their own declaration urging the Canadian government to lift the Emergency Act. Well, to discuss this, we cross live now to Maureen Steele, who's the co-organiser of the American movement, the People's Convoy. Welcome to the programme.
Thank you, Peter. Nice to be here.
Thank you. So what made you set up the People's Convoy and why now?
Well, we had gotten involved with the truckers prior to the American truckers, prior to the Canadian convoy launching. Lee Dundas, who's a world-renowned human rights lawyer, her and I had gotten on the phone with a dozen Canadian organizers before they did their convoy to find out what was going on up there. And what we learned was that it wasn't just the truckers revolting, it was the whole country that was rising up, and that they were going to the province borders and they were coming down to the national border. And then we organized to have 4 ports of call the Americans met the Canadians at 4 of our borders. That was the first time in history that two neighboring nations joined forces like that to protest their respective governments. And it was after that the convoy started to form. And so I jumped on board to help the truckers organize, and hence now we have the People's Convoy. And it truly is the People's Convoy, Peter, in that it's not just the truckers, it is, doctors, pilots, teachers, nurses, it's everybody, and it's every walk of life, every nationality, every creed and color. It is America, a slice of Americana, and that's who's taking part in this People's Convoy. The point of it, as the Truckers' Declaration said, is to, we want our freedom, we want our liberty back. We want the emergency powers lifted, and we want accountability. We want accountability for what has gone on over the last 2 years. And it's devastated our economy, it's devastated the American family, and it's devastated the economies of the world.
Yeah, I'm just looking at some of the pictures now on our screen. Now, is this more of a traditional protest, or do you also plan to park big trucks and lorries in central towns to bring them to a standstill, or are you just going to progress across America in solidarity with the Canadian movement?
Right, we're going to progress across America. When we park, it's going to be on private property. We have a tremendous amount of patriots that have come forward, giving us their private land for us to park on in the evenings when we marshal at night. So our plan is to keep rolling, and when we stop, it'll be on private land.
Mm-hmm. Well, I guess that sort of answers my second question as well, which is, given the Canadian Parliament has extended the Emergency Act to tackle the protesters there, I guess given that you'll be parking on private property, you'll be less concerned of similar efforts in the US to clamp down on your protests.
Yes, and we've been fortunate. I mean, the amount of patriots that have stepped forward is heartwarming. People are ready for this in our country. They've been, I've been getting emails all day saying, "What took you so long to do this?" They wish we would have done it a year ago, but it took our Canadian neighbors to wake up the Americans. There was a great meme I saw a couple weeks ago. The Canadians were holding a sign and it said, "You woke the sleeping lions," and I said, "Thank you guys. You guys woke the sleeping, fire-breathing dragon." So, American freedom-loving by nature, and it's slowly been taken away from us over the last couple years, and I think a lot of Americans have grown complacent with that, have become used to it, and they need to wake up. All these little freedoms are being robbed from us, and take them back. This government got to absolutely stop, and they use COVID as a to do it.
There have been reports from Canada of instances of violence by the police there. What's been the response of the US police to your movement so far?
So far, when we've spoken to the police, they have been very supportive, very kind, very gracious. And, unlike the Canadians, the American police have dealt with defund the police and have been extraordinarily disrespected, by the Obama administration and by this administration. So I don't think the police are going to jump on board, beating and trampling with horses their grandmothers here in the American streets. I just don't think that's going to happen. Not here, not in our country.
Now, we saw the Canadian convoy. It initially started off with truckers discontented having to quarantine when crossing the border back to Canada from the US. But since then, it seemed to have morphed to express wider discontent with the government as a whole. Is your convoy exclusively about vaccine mandates and restrictions, or has it taken on a wider aspect as well?
It was never about the mandates and restrictions. Even in the Truckers' Declaration, it was about getting our freedoms back, our liberties back, accountability, and having our Constitution reign supreme. So ours was never so much about the mandates. If our Constitution reigns supreme, then there is no mandates, because that's against the Constitution. And the only way they can, implement that and trample the Constitution is if they have this emergency order in place, and that needs to be lifted. The emergency is over.
Now, we've also seen the Freedom Convoy really go global. There have been similar protests in Israel, New Zealand, Belgium in the past few days, just to name a few. What do you think has struck such a chord with people? Are they just fed up after 2-3 years of these restrictions and lockdowns?
Yes, I think they're fed up of the restrictions. And like you previously said, Peter, I think people are fed up with a lot more than just COVID. They're fed up with cancel culture. They're fed up with the political correct police. They're just fed up with government overreach in general, and COVID just put everyone over the edge. It's just bankrupted so many families, businesses have gone out, the divorce rates are up, suicide rates are up. I mean, this has crippled the entire world, not just the United States. But what's important for our country is that the United States is always the of light and hope for the world, and we need to continue to be that, and we can't go dark. So we're determined here to make sure that our freedom is restored and that our country remains the beacon of light and liberty, not just for our citizens, but for the entire world.
Well, Maureen, thank you very much for taking time to explain to us the People's Convoy. That's Maureen Steele, co-organizer of the American movement.
Sorry, that's so bright.
So much, Peter. Have a great night.
You too. Christian ministers have joined protesters in condemning the authorities for their unprecedented invoking of the Emergencies Act that's over in Canada. Pastor Henry Hildebrand told us about how they petitioned the government to respect the constitutional rights of the demonstrators.
I think the latter hopes to achieve for the Prime Minister to realise that there's a large amount of people out there, not a small fringe minority that sees that this is very, very dangerous, the path he's on. Well, the way he is forcefully crushing this freedom movement is very, very alarming to many Canadians, to most Canadians, and also to the rest of the world. Well, we could say this is the end of the beginning. This doesn't end here. Even though he has brutally tried to end this peaceful convoy, that this is not what he. I mean, he's trying to show his power by this, but this is not where it ends.
Now let's cut away from those Canadian truckers' protests just for now and back to our top story this hour. People in Donbass are celebrating Russian recognition of their sovereignty. You can see them setting off fireworks and waving Russian flags. We heard from local Donetsk residents who gave us their reaction to this event.
Очень долго. Да, вот этого мы и хотели, что на полных правах Россия сможет нас защитить.
После каждого шага России в нашу сторону, в сторону ДНР, ЛНР, Украина отвечает очень жестко. Очень благодарны, очень. Мы
Спасибо вам огромное, Россия, за все, что вы для нас сделали. Мы безумно рады, что вы нас признали.
Все слушали до последнего слова, от первого до последнего. А когда объявил, что почувствовали? Девочки, ну что можно почувствовать? Радость. Мы мира ждем. Мы его 8 лет ждем. Конечно, рад.
Ребят, я очень рад, поздравляю всех, в первую очередь я поздравляю всех с этим историческим событием. Многолетняя работа, многолетняя поддержка, как экономическая, так и моральная, физическая. Спасибо всем.
Now we're going to return now to that meeting of the United Nations Security Council, which is currently taking place in New York. Let's tune in again to hear what the members have to say.
Peacekeepers. Colleagues, the actions Russia has chosen today will have severe and far-reaching consequences. First, to human life. An invasion of Ukraine unleashes the forces of war, death, and destruction on the people of Ukraine. The humanitarian impact will be terrible on civilians fleeing the fighting. We know that women and children will suffer most. Second, to the sovereignty and territorial integrity of a UN member state, which is protected and guaranteed by the UN Charter. As the Secretary-General said earlier, Russia's decisions are a violation of the territorial integrity and sovereignty of Ukraine and inconsistent with the principles of the UN Charter. Third, to international law. The actions taken today make mockery of the commitments Russia has made through the Budapest Memorandum and the Minsk Agreements, endorsed by Security Council Resolution 2202. In seeking to redraw borders by force, Russia's actions show blatant contempt for international law. The United Kingdom will be announcing new sanctions on Russia in response to its breach of international law and attack on Ukraine's sovereignty and territorial integrity. There will be severe economic consequences to its actions. Colleagues, now more than ever, the Council must shoulder its responsibilities for peace and security and defend the principles of the UN Charter. The Council must be united in calling on Russia to de-escalate immediately, in condemning aggression against a sovereign nation and defending the territorial integrity of Ukraine. In calling on Russia to respect its obligations under the Charter to the peaceful resolution of disputes. Russia has brought us to the brink. We urge Russia to step back. I thank you.
I thank the representative of the United Kingdom for her statement. I now give the floor to the representative of Mexico.
Señor Presidente,
President,
agradecemos la exposición
we are grateful
sobre la situación prevaleciente en Ucrania.
for the briefing by the USG on the current situation in Ukraine.
Seguimos con
Our correspondent Murad Gazdiev brings us the latest on life in the newly recognized Republic of Donetsk.
There is still a lot of tension. It is curfew now. There's no one out in the streets. But as Vladimir Putin declared Russia's recognition that Russia would recognize the breakaway provinces, regions of Donetsk and Lugansk, there were fireworks here, which caused quite a stir. I can't say it was the right decision, perhaps, but understandable. People were afraid that this was a renewed round of shelling. Understandable, given the rumble of artillery shelling, mortar rounds falling on Donetsk and the outskirts over the past few days, especially, which is when the most dramatic escalation occurred. At some points, there were seconds between blasts that you could hear coming from different directions. We saw this ourselves today when we went just a half hour's drive from Donetsk west towards the front lines to report and to film the consequences and aftermath of a fatal shelling there. Grisly incident, tragic, happened here just west of Donetsk city. 2 shells launched from the Ukrainian side made impact. One there, another crater here, and everywhere here you'll see bloodied bits of clothing. This is a miner's outfit. He was on his way to a mine shaft where he works. This is one of the 2 shells that landed here. Again, we aren't going to spend very long here because there are still incoming shells and explosions that we hear in close proximity. This dramatic escalation that we have seen in Donetsk, as I also said, has occurred across the entirety of the front lines and the trenches that snake their way along them. We know that in Lugansk today there was an apparent assassination attempt, or a car bombing, perhaps targeting a Lugansk official who was responsible for coordination in the ceasefire compliance office, monitoring and compliance office here in the breakaway republics. His car blew up. He was injured. His driver also. Today, shells struck in Lugansk up north, a power station, depriving again thousands of electricity at a time when it is cold here. It's badly needed. Here in Donetsk, a water pumping station was also struck, depriving tens of thousands of access to water. Further south, we've also seen reports of vicious battles, but there has been this dramatic escalation. And what's worse, this happened as people were evacuating. People who feared the worst. They believe that this escalation, if it is allowed to continue, could result in a war that is even worse than the one we saw in 2014, 2015.
And I'm now waiting to die. I think that if it all starts up again, I will be killed, and that'll be that. But I'm ready.
Back then, Ukraine wasn't ready for war, and now it's ready because it's received weapons from Europe and will use them here.
In the matter of weeks, the situation here has escalated to the point that we had the UN come out today and call for an immediate ceasefire, saying that heavy weapons that have been deployed by both sides and that shouldn't be within the area of the front lines of the conflict, so to pull them back, to remove them, and to de-escalate, to return to a lull that we've seen here over the past few years. Nevertheless, it remains to be seen how Russia's announcement that it is recognizing the self-proclaimed republics, their independence, how that will affect the situation, because the situation is such that a huge number of troops, along with heavy weapons and on the Ukrainian side, deadly, precise new weapons delivered to them by NATO, they're all still there and they're poised for military action. It remains to be seen whether peace here will return and whether it will be respected.
Western leaders have been quick to condemn Putin's signing of the decree to recognise the Donbas republics. British PM Boris Johnson has dismissed the move as a violation of international law, while French leader Emmanuel Macron called on the European bloc to impose sanctions on Russia. RT's Shadia Edwards-Dashti in London and Paula Sleer in Berlin have more on that European reaction.
Well, we're getting a lot of reaction. The latest is a joint statement from the European Commission and the European Council. No surprises there. Them saying that this is a blatant violation of international law and at the same time of territorial integrity and the Minsk agreements. The EU and its partners, and I'm quoting, will react with unity, firmness and determination in solidarity with Ukraine and the United States. The NATO Secretary General has condemned Russia's recognition of Lugansk and Donetsk. We're hearing from Stoltenberg that this undermines settlement efforts in Ukraine and that this will be or could be used as a pretext by Moscow for an invasion. Now, all of this coming as we're hearing from the Latvian Prime Minister that the recognition is a continuation of the attack on Ukraine's independence, sovereignty and territorial integrity that began in 2014 by, to quote, unlawfully changing borders in Europe. What we're hearing from the Latvians is an urgement to the international community to stop, quote, Russian aggression and offer assistance to Ukraine. Now, Latvia has also announced that it will be delivering Javelin anti-tank missiles to Ukraine from tomorrow, Tuesday. At the same time, we are hearing from the Ukrainian Foreign Ministry. They have said that the European Union and Ukraine have reached a preliminary deal to conduct military training in Ukraine. At the same time, the EU will send cyber experts to Ukraine. The EU, we know, earlier approved an emergency package to the tune of 1.2 billion euros in financial assistance for Ukraine. Now, all of this happening as we hear also from the Italian Foreign Minister saying that this recognition by Moscow hinders the resolution of the crisis through diplomacy and also that it contradicts Minsk agreements. The president of Estonia has said that he will never accept this illegal decision, that Moscow is not serious about diplomacy. Here in Germany, what's happening is the German Foreign Ministry has said that the recognition is a gross violation of international law that is also ruining any kind of diplomatic efforts. The German Foreign Ministry has urged for the decision to be reversed.
Well, to put it quite frankly, the message from London is that this is now a step closer to war, if not a guaranteed move. Boris Johnson has reacted just as expected, calling Putin's decision an ill omen, a dark sign.
This is plainly in breach of international law. It's a violation, a flagrant violation of the sovereignty and integrity of Ukraine. It is a repudiation of the Minsk process and the Minsk agreements, and I think it's a very ill omen and a very dark sign.
It's really being interpreted as a significant escalation in the crisis, a substantial change in Moscow's position, particularly referring to the Minsk agreement, but most notably a pretext paving the way for Russian troops to cross the border. So Boris Johnson is seeing this as an illegal act and undermines Ukraine's sovereignty. Now, in terms of diplomacy, is there any diplomacy? Is that an option on the table for Boris Johnson? He He simply says it cannot be. This significantly narrows that window of opportunity. And in fact, the feeling here in London is that an attack from the east is pretty much set in stone now. Already then, in the last few minutes, really, he's already reconfirmed the UK's commitment to supporting Ukraine and has said that the UK will now be thinking what more it can do. So what has the UK already done? It's threatened sanctions against Russia, including new powers to target any individual or entity. Even in the Commons today, RT was brought up at that point. Links to the Russian state. That's the minute a single Russian toe cap enters what's seen as the Ukraine's territory. Then reiterating that today, saying it's become clear we need to start applying as much pressure as possible because he really feels that the situation is not going to improve. Of course, we also know in terms of troops, boots on the ground, that's already been something that the UK has been moving towards, sending troops to Ukraine, also sending weaponry as well. And he always long said that he would be happy to send even more troops and weapons as and when need be. The reaction from the UK always been bad. In fact, the words of Boris Johnson just a few days ago saying that any escalation would be the biggest war since 1945. Today, earlier, the government was reiterating such comments, saying that there would be a retaliation if Putin didn't retreat. So from the United Kingdom, I suspect there's a lot worse to come.
Well, earlier we discussed the recent events with former United Nations weapons inspector Scott Ritter, who believes the West is stoking the embers of war in Ukraine.
The security guarantee for Lugansk and Donetsk was supposed to be Minsk, the Minsk II agreements. But that agreement's gone. Russia made it clear that it has no validity. There's nothing. Those days are over. Russia is going to guarantee their security. Russia has said that Ukraine's membership in NATO represents an unacceptable risk. If NATO continues to pursue this false promise of NATO membership, if Ukraine continues to pursue it, if NATO continues to feed this fantasy by supplying weapons, I'm afraid we might see another phase of this conflict to which all NATO has to respond with are sanctions, which Russia could care less about. So I'm very concerned that the West doesn't have a plan to deal with this diplomatically. There will be no one who benefits from this. And, Russian President Vladimir Putin has said this over and over again, that he doesn't want to invade. I think the Russians know fully well what the consequences of a military action in Ukraine may be. Short-term military victory, long-term, it won't improve the security posture for Russia. It won't improve Russia's economic posture, and it'll be destabilizing for the globe. NATO and the United States don't seem to recognize this. It's almost as if they want a war, and the irony is they're willing to sacrifice Ukraine on the altar of false the false promise of NATO membership. This is the tragedy. No one will benefit from this, but the people that are going to suffer the most are the people of Ukraine. And they're being sacrificed by NATO for a point of principle, the principle of open door policy. There is no open door policy in NATO. Reread Article 10 of the NATO Charter, where it talks about, letting nations in. Only if that nation's inclusion in NATO will improve the security posture of NATO should that invitation be extended. There's no automatic entree. And there's no one that can articulate a case that Ukraine's membership in NATO would enhance the security of anyone. All it does is guarantee war. So I don't think Russia wants this war. I don't think Ukraine doesn't want this war. But you know who does? NATO, because a war over Ukraine would give NATO in its belief system a reason to exist. And NATO is desperately searching for a reason to exist after the debacle of Afghanistan. So I think the responsibility for all of this falls on the shoulders of those diplomats in Brussels who are unable to come up with a solution.
Oh, I kind of got to agree with this guy. What do you guys think?
Some time now.
We also talked to Earl Rasmussen, who's the executive director of the Eurasia Center, who says that the initial US goal was to get closer to Russia's borders while paying no attention to the safety of the people living there.
I knew there was not going to be any invasion. I was pretty confident of that unless something really tragic happened to draw it in. And obviously there's been, the West has been trying to lure Putin into invading. And and that's not going to happen. But they were looking for something, and I agree with them. They were looking for some reason to put sanctions in. It surprised me to some degree, but at another way, it didn't. I mean, let's face it. I mean, those regions are not ever going to vote for Mr. Zelensky or anyone that's put in place there from the U.S. with their nod of approval to be president. And essentially, that's a whole massive millions of electoral votes, of election votes, that would not side with Kiev. I think, well, obviously Belarus will probably be involved on that side and recognize them, and there's some other countries that will as well. China, potentially, we'll see, or China will at least not going to be completely against it or at all. The U.S. will probably be negative. Their overall objectives have always been to basically move NATO closer to Russia and contain Russia even more. So, they really don't care about the people, and they really don't care about the Ukrainian people neither, just to be, straightforward with that. It's all about politics, and this will just be another mechanism to create hardship in the region and stuff. The worst relations get with Russia, it actually creates a worse environment for economic development for Europe. A better economic development for Europe would be peace within the area, a strong business relationship with Russia and also with those regions. Peaceful settlement in Ukraine would promote an improved economic opportunity for all of Europe. And I do not believe that the U.S. really has that interest at heart. That it would create a competitive economic bloc, and they do not want that.
We got reaction from 2020 Libertarian US vice presidential candidate Spike Cohen, who believes US involvement in the crisis can only exacerbate the situation.
And I think that Vladimir Putin is the head of state of one of the, at least militarily, one of the largest powers on the planet, and of one of the larger economies. Former member of the G8, and I'm sure this does weigh heavily. I'm not sure that anything that could potentially lead to a hot military conflict, especially when we're already seeing shelling and things like that, wouldn't weigh heavily on him. I'm sure this is weighing heavily on everyone on all sides that are having to make these kinds of decisions, and I'm hoping that weighing heavily and that desire to try to avoid conflict will lead to the tensions receding from this, and from just respecting the rights and autonomy of people to make choices for themselves and their own local governance. Whether that will happen or not, it totally remains to be seen. Europe actually has a history of this, right? There's a history of things that happen as a result of thousands or hundreds of years of history that often lead to long simmering tensions, boiling to the surface. And as an American, again, giving an American perspective on this, this is a perfect example of why I don't want our government even remotely involved in this, because this is something that isn't going to end with this. However this ends up ending, and hopefully it ends peacefully, and hopefully it ends with people respecting each other's rights and their sovereignty. But however this ends, it isn't going to end with this. And having the involvement of a superpower that's clear on the other side of the planet, I don't see how that does anything but inflame tensions even further. I suspect that what's going to happen next, if he does move forward with recognizing, or it sounds like he already has moved forward with recognizing these two breakaway nations or breakaway people, for those who don't think a new nation has been formed. I think that there is definitely going to be sanctions coming from Europe and apparently from the U.S. and probably Canada and other countries as well. I hope that this can remain in this realm, in the realm of saber rattling and political posturing. And I'm not a fan of sanctions. I think sanctions separate people. The first thing you want to do if you want to create a war is remove any of the relational or financial incentives that people would have to not have that war, which is why they always start with sanctions. But I hope if there have to be sanctions or anything like that, it ends with that, and that this doesn't turn into a hot war, because not only just the lives that are lost anytime that there's any kind of military conflict, but the fact that this is a conflict between multiple nuclear powers. And although I don't think anyone wants it to go there, there's always that real risk that if one or another side feels that there's an existential threat here, that it could go far past a hot war into a much hotter war, and I hope we can avoid that.
That's a wrap for now. My name's Peter Scott, and I'll be back again in just a few short minutes to continue with our rolling coverage of Russia's recognition of the sovereignty of those Donbass republics. I'll see you very shortly.
It's been 30 years since the Soviet Union.
Remember him from his schemes in the stock market industry. His sister and her husband have now been found dead in Florida.
I'm playing this top left
but
one
in the
right
capacity to constrain its use when that would be an obvious choice by those
now. Till
of
the
lesser
other one
capacity.
comes back on.
We hope that within this council, and perhaps outside of it too, we shall find a resolution of the existing situation in Ukraine, and in a manner that does not impair the mechanisms for peace. While Ghana and other African member states have always held that the use of the veto power is anachronistic and counterproductive to the effective workings of our modern arrangements for maintaining global peace and security, that concern has never been rendered more acute than in situations such as the one we now see. Even though it may be enough on many occasions to say that we are against the actions of a member state, that goes against the international norms.
Okay, I think it might be back on. I'm gonna have to move my microphone close somehow. Or closer. I feel like I have to lean into it.
President Putin makes the choice to immediately recognize the sovereignty of Ukraine's Donbass republics, also signing treaties of friendship, cooperation, and mutual assistance.
President of the Russian Federation, Vladimir Putin, is signing the executive decree on recognition of the Donetsk People's Republic. President of the Russian Federation, Mr. Vladimir Putin, signing the executive decree on recognition of the Lugansk People's Republic.
No shelling, but fireworks in the Donbass after recognition of the independence is officially signed in the Kremlin. Tears of happiness and broad smiles not only in the Donetsk and Lugansk republics, but also in many Russian regions where thousands have found a safe place to shelter. President Biden claims Russia's move to recognize Donetsk and Lugansk autonomy represents an unusual and extraordinary threat to US security and signs more harsh sanctions against Moscow and the Donbass republics. It's just gone 6 a.m. here in Moscow. My name's Peter Scott, coming to you live from our headquarters here in the Russian capital. And all night, one story has been dominating the headlines. President Putin has ordered that troops be sent to Donbass to maintain peace in the region. That's after earlier recognizing the independence of the Donetsk and Lugansk republics. Earlier, I discussed the details of the signed decree with RT's Ilya Petrenko.
First of all, we do have to understand that we can look at these treaties between Moscow and Donetsk, as well as Lugansk, as an agreement between two fully fledged nations, because starting this Monday, Moscow treats these two republics as full-on entities of international law. But it's more important to look at what exactly Russia can do under these treaties in the two republics on their territories. So let me just go through the other elements of it, besides the fact that troops will now be sent to the Donetsk and Lugansk republics. Now, according to this agreement, Russia will be able to use the infrastructure and the territory of the two new states, as Moscow puts it, for the military bases, even possibly, and the movement and the maneuvers of its own army right there. Besides this, the borders of Donetsk and Lugansk republics will be secured and guarded not only by the troops belonging to Donetsk and Lugansk, but also by the Russian army as well, which is very important here because you've been asking our guests, what are the immediate consequences of this decision to recognize the independence? Well, there it is. Now, Kiev will probably be hesitant to start an attack or launch further offensive against this too, because and now they understand that they will be up against the Russian military in that particular case. There are also other elements of it, for example, the economic measures that will be applied by Russia from now on, because they will ensure further security of the banking sector of the two republics and financial stability.
The Normandy format and the trilateral contact group towards a negotiated peace. Furthermore, Russia's actions constitute a clear violation of international law. It has chosen unilateral action and military threats rather than diplomacy and dialogue. Norway urges Russia, as a party to the conflict, to fulfill its commitments to abide by international law and to return to the path of diplomacy. Russia's continued.
This guy always forgets to turn his mic on, and then sometimes he'll forget to turn his screen, what he's talking about. So sorry, it's still playing at the UN or whatever.
Of restraint in the face of continued provocation and destabilization efforts. Russia's decision to deploy forces in eastern Ukraine is unjustified and irresponsible, as it further increases tension. We are facing the prospect of a war that would not only threaten Europe's security architecture, but would also lead to unparalleled suffering for the civilian population. Norway calls on Russia to strictly respect and fully adhere to international humanitarian law. We call upon all parties to protect civilians, including humanitarian personnel and civilian infrastructure, and to facilitate safe, rapid, and unhindered humanitarian access to those in need in Ukraine. President, let me conclude by again reiterating Norway's unwavering support for Ukraine's sovereignty and territorial integrity within its international recognized borders. Let me finally recall the principles and purposes of the UN Charter, which are now under threat by the action of the Russian Federation in and around Ukraine. Thank you.
I thank the representative of Norway for her statement. I give the floor to the permanent representative of China.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, China has been paying close attention to the latest developments of the situation in Ukraine.
Pay attention.
We fully elaborated on our position at the previous two meetings of the Council on this topic. At present, all parties concerned must exercise restraint and avoid any action that may fuel tensions. We welcome and encourage every effort for a diplomatic solution and call on all parties concerned to continue dialogue and consultation and seek reasonable solutions to address each other's concerns on the basis of equality and mutual respect. The current situation in Ukraine is a result of many complex factors. China always makes its own position according to the merits of the matter itself. We believe that all countries should solve international disputes by peaceful means in line with the purposes and principles of the UN Charter. I thank you, Mr. President.
I thank the representative of China for his statement. I shall now make a statement in my capacity as the representative of the Russian Federation. Distinguished colleagues, we've just now heard a number of highly emotional statements, categorical assessments and far-reaching conclusions related to the signing today by Russia's president of decrees recognizing the Lugansk and Donetsk People's Republics.
This is going to be good.
I'll leave the direct verbal assaults against us unanswered. Now it's important to focus on how to avoid war and how to force Ukraine to stop the shelling and provocations against Donetsk and Lugansk. From the statements of a number of our colleagues, one may get the impression that Russia's recognition of the LPR and the DPR took place suddenly, for no reason at all. Of course, that's not the case. It should be remembered that the DPR and the LPR declared their independence from Ukraine back in 2014. But we only recognize them now, despite the high level of support for doing so, both in the republics themselves and in Russian society from the very beginning. At the time, the hope won out that the Ukrainian Maidan regime would think again and would stop talking to their own citizens in the east in the language of cannons and shooting and threats and shelling. Time and again, we firmly asked Kiev to listen to the aspirations of the people living in Donbass and the Russian-speaking residents of the country, to respect their entirely legitimate desire to use their mother tongue and to teach their children in that language, and also to honor the memories of those who liberated the land from fascists rather than those who fought on the side of fascists and had a hand in the killing of hundreds of thousands of people during the Second World War. After Ukrainian military adventures butted up against the determination of the people of Donetsk and Lugansk to defend their lands, the Minsk agreements were signed and the package of measures was adopted with the aim of implementing it. There was once again hope for peace and that the Maidan authorities would be sensible, having exhausted the desire to submerge Donetsk and Lugansk in blood. There was a particularly great amount of hope invested in the election in 2019 of a new president of Ukraine, who promised at long last to establish peace in Donbass. However, those who hoped that the Ukrainian authorities would take a peaceful stance were unfortunately mistaken. Kiev not only very quickly returned to its bellicose rhetoric and continued the shelling of civilians, but also did everything it could to sabotage and ultimately destroy the Minsk agreements. And most importantly here is the flat refusal of Kiev to speak directly with the representatives of Donetsk and Lugansk, despite the fact that this requirement is a central structural element of the package of measures. An unambiguous confirmation of an unwillingness to engage in that dialogue is something we've heard repeatedly from Ukrainian leaders in the last few days, including from the permanent representative of Ukraine during the Security Council meeting that we convened on the 17th of February to discuss the implementation of the Minsk agreements. After that, it became clear once and for all that Ukraine did not intend to implement the Minsk agreements, and I would like to recall and remind my colleagues on the Security Council that in all other conflicts, be it Libya, Syria or Yemen, we all demand and call for direct dialogue between the parties to the conflict. And it's only in Ukraine, for example, the Ukraine that is for some reason an exception to this rule. From some statements today, one may understand that a number of our colleagues are ready to bury the Minsk agreements. However, I would like to remind you that when the Minsk agreements were concluded, the LPR and the DPR had already declared their independence. The fact that Russia today recognized that in no way changes the makeup of the parties to the Minsk agreements, because Russia is not a party to the Minsk agreements. We have repeatedly declared this, and in so doing, in this regard, nothing has changed. It's another matter that the Minsk agreements, part of the provisions of which were supposed to be implemented way back in 2015, have long been openly sabotaged by Ukraine with the backing of our Western colleagues. And today we can see that many colleagues want to sign up to the idea that the Minsk agreements are dead, but that's not the case. And Kiev is still bound to implement them. We remain open to diplomacy for a diplomatic solution. However, allowing a new bloodbath in the Donbass is something we do not intend to do. Unfortunately, we are forced to note the extremely negative role played in all of this by our Western colleagues, led by the USA. Instead of forcing Kiev to implement its obligations, they have merely been openly egging Ukraine on, repeating the meaningless mantra that the obligations under the Minsk agreement are not being implemented by Russia, which, as we've repeatedly underscored, is not even a party to the Minsk agreements. Moreover, while for the last few weeks already whipping up unfounded panic around the allegedly impending Russian invasion of Ukraine, our Western colleagues have been unashamedly cramming weapons into the country, sending instructors there, essentially nudging the Ukrainians who have concentrated an 120,000 strong military contingent along the contact line towards an armed provocation against Donbass. The joint efforts of the West and Ukraine have inflated an air bubble that simply had to burst. In the past weekend, there's been a sharp increase in the intensity of Ukrainian shelling of residential areas of LPR and DPR, and the 1,600 shells have been shot. Civilians have been killed. The territory of the republics has been penetrated by subversive groups who have carried out or tried to carry out sabotage of critical infrastructure. As I already said, there are casualties from among the civilian population. The LPR and DPR have declared general mobilization. It's in Russia and not Ukraine that refugees have flooded to. Over the last few days, the number of evacuated women, old people and children has reached around 60,000 people, and Russia is hosting them and providing them with conditions for them to be housed and supported. There has also been shelling of some towns and villages on Russian territory near the border zone. And so it has become clear that Donbass is on the brink of a new Ukrainian military adventure, as was already the case in 2014 and 2015. We cannot allow that. That is why the Russian president heeded the opinion of parliamentarians and members of the Russian Security Council, and you know the rest. A detailed statement from our head of state about the reasons of this decision that has been taken was broadcast in detail by all the world's leading media. Today, it's true, we have heard an open distortion of what the president was talking about in his statement about history and the genesis of this situation, and about the fact that he allegedly said that he wants to reconstruct the Russian Empire. Distinguished colleagues, I would like to call upon our Western colleagues to think twice, to set emotions to one side, and not to make the situation worse. No one other than you can hold back the militaristic plans of Kiev and force it to stop the shelling and provocations against the Lugansk and Donetsk People's Republics, which in these new conditions could have extremely dangerous consequences. In accordance with the agreements that were signed today, and on the basis of their requests from the Republic, peacekeeping functions on their territory will be carried out by the armed forces of the Russian Federation. Distinguished colleagues, in conclusion, I would like to note that in today's statements, most of you did not find any place for the more than 4 million of residents of Donbass. It's as though you've been cancelling out their faiths from your statements from 2014, generally calling them pro-Russian separatists. At the same time, you've decided that the illegal coup in 2014 only wanted to discuss with the new authorities how their rights would be upheld. That was all they wanted to do. In the last few days, with the sharp intensification in military activity from the Ukrainian army along the contact line, the lives of hundreds of thousands of women, children, and elderly persons have once again, as in 2014 and 2015, ended up under real threat. And the main aim of our decision was to protect and preserve those people. And that is more important than all of your threats. Thank you. I resume my function as President of the Council. I now give the floor to the Permanent Representative of Ukraine.
Distinguished members of the Security Council, Under Secretary, it is with unease that I will now remove my mask. And it is not because of the COVID virus. We are all vaccinated. There are vaccines for COVID. It is because of the virus that has so far no vaccine. The virus that hit the United Nations, and the virus that is spread by the Kremlin. The delegation of Ukraine has requested this urgent meeting to draw the attention of the Security Council to the illegal and illegitimate decision by the President of the Russian Federation to recognize the occupied parts of Donetsk and Lugansk regions of Ukraine as so-called Donetsk and Lugansk People's Republics. Today, the entire membership of the United Nations is under attack by the country that occupied the membership of the Security Council in 1991, bypassing the UN Charter. The country that occupied parts of the territory of Georgia in 2008. The country that occupied parts of Ukraine in 2014. As stated by the President of Ukraine, Volodymyr Zelensky, following the urgent meeting of the National Security and Defense Council of Ukraine, the internationally recognized borders of Ukraine have been and will remain unchangeable, regardless of any statements and actions by the Russian Federation. Ukraine unequivocally qualifies the recent actions by the Russian Federation as violation of sovereignty and territorial integrity of Ukraine. The political leadership of the Russian Federation shall bear full responsibility for the outcomes of the decision taken. Recognition of the occupied parts of the Donetsk and Lugansk regions of Ukraine may be considered as unilateral withdrawal by Russia from the Minsk agreements, and well as its disregard of the decisions taken in the framework of the Normandy Fall. This step undermines peaceful efforts and ruins the existing negotiating frameworks. By the decisions adopted today and those that may be adopted tomorrow, Russia legalizes the presence of its troops, which have actually been in the occupied areas of Donbass since 2014. A country that has fueled the war for 8 years is not able to maintain peace as it claims. What will happen next? We want peace, and we are consistent in our actions. Today, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Ukraine has sent a request on the basis of the Budapest Memorandum to the guarantors of security of Ukraine demanding immediate consultations. The meeting of the UN Security Council and the special meeting of the OSCE have been initiated. We insist on the full-fledged operations of the OSCE SMM to prevent provocations and further escalation. An emergency summit of Normandy 4 has been requested. We expect from our partners clear and efficient steps of support. It is critical to see now who is our true friend and partner, who is on the side of the UN Charter, and who will continue to deter Russia by words only. We are committed to a political diplomatic settlement and do not succumb to provocations. In accordance with Article 51 of the Charter, Ukraine has the inherent right to individual and collective self-defense. We are committed to a peaceful and diplomatic path, and we will stay firmly on it. We are on our land. We are not afraid of anything or anyone. We owe nothing to anyone, and we will not give away anything to anyone. There should be no doubts whatsoever, because it is not February 2014. It is February 2022. Another country, another army. One goal is peace. Peace in Ukraine, peace in Europe, global peace. Excellencies, we must do all we can to make sure that the problem of Donbass is resolved through implementation of the Minsk agreements. That was said here in the Security Council chamber just 4 days ago, said by the Russian Deputy Foreign Minister in the chair of the President of the Council, with a reference to President Putin. President Putin, who has taken a decision that we discussed today as a threat to the rules-based order, to the UN Charter, in particular Article 2 of the Charter, as well as to international peace and security. Peace and security that the Council has been conferred a primary responsibility to maintain under the Article 24 of the UN Charter. And in accordance with the Article 39, the Security Council shall make recommendations or decide what measures shall be taken to maintain or restore international peace and security. The delegation of Ukraine requests the Security Council members to exercise the above duties. We invite the Russian Federation to reread again and again, carefully, today's statement, where the Secretary General considered the decision of the Russian Federation to be a violation of territorial integrity and sovereignty of Ukraine, and inconsistent with the principles of the Charter of the United Nations, and I thank the Secretary General for this powerful statement. In conclusion, I would like to reiterate that it remains up to Russia to abandon its long-lasting strategy on Ukraine, based on threat and use of force against the territorial integrity or political independence of my country, and re-engage in what we all have committed to, fundamental principles of peaceful relations enshrined in the UN Charter. We demand from Russia to cancel the decision on recognition and return to the table of negotiations. We condemn the order to deploy additional Russian occupation troops in the territories of Ukraine. We demand immediate and complete verifiable withdrawal of the occupation troops. Dear members of the Security Council, The United Nations is sick. That's a matter of fact. It's been hit by the virus spread by the Kremlin. Will it succumb to this virus? It is in the hands of the membership. Today, the Kremlin copy-pasted word by word the decree on Georgia of 2008. Word by word, copy-pasted, copy-pasted. No creativity whatsoever. The copying machine in Kremlin works very well. Who is the next among the members of the United Nations?
-2 at Longville, -4 at Walker, and
I thank you.
I, as President of the Security Council, am obliged to say this. I thank the representative of Ukraine for his statement. I now give the floor to the representative of Germany.
Thank you, Mr. President. I start by thanking Under Secretary General Rosemarie DiCarlo for her briefing. Mr. President, only 4 days after our last meeting, this Council meets again to discuss the situation in Ukraine. On Thursday, there was consensus in the Security Council that the Minsk agreements, which this Council unanimously endorsed by its Resolution 2202, need to be implemented, including by the Russian Federation. Today, we are confronted with the very opposite from Russia. President Putin's decision to recognize the separatist self-declared People's Republics in eastern Ukraine is not only a blatant breach of Security Council Resolution 2202, but also of basic principles enshrined in the UN Charter. It is another flagrant and deliberate violation of Ukraine's territorial integrity after the illegal annexation of Crimea and the instigation and fueling of the armed conflict in eastern Ukraine since 2014. Russia has repeatedly insisted it was not party to the conflict. Today it unmasks itself and shows that it always has been. Mr. President, my government condemns Russia's violation of the territorial integrity and sovereignty of Ukraine in the strongest possible terms. With our allies and partners, we will take firm and adequate measures in response to Russia's breach of international law that will have serious economic, political and geostrategic consequences. And I call on all UN member states to join us in condemning Russia's actions of today. Today's decision comes in the context of an unprecedented buildup of Russian forces around Ukraine over the last weeks and months. These forces seem poised to attack. We have seen a flare-up along the line of contact over the last days and efforts that appear to fabricate a pretext for a Russian attack. Moreover, Russia has declared its readiness to deploy troops in eastern Ukraine. The UN Charter is crystal clear. It unequivocally prohibits the threat of force against the territorial integrity and political independence of states. The current Russian force deployment around Ukraine can only be considered as a further threat against Ukraine's territorial integrity as a whole. Mr. President, I call on Russia to live up to its obligations as a permanent member of this Council, and I urge Russia to immediately revoke today's decisions and recommit to the Minsk agreements, and in line with the Normandy 4 and what was agreed on. Russia must not cross the international recognized borders of Ukraine. Moreover, Russia must immediately withdraw its troops from the regions bordering with Ukraine in Russia and Belarus. And I call on Russia to recommit to the rules-based security architecture in Europe, which has been built over decades. Russia's decisions have put this order under serious strain. We call upon Russia to instead return to the path of diplomacy, instead of shedding further blood. And Germany will spare no diplomatic effort in this regard, while steadfastly standing by Ukraine, its territorial integrity and sovereignty, and the Ukrainian people. Thank you.
I thank the representative of Germany for her statement. There are no more names inscribed on the list of speakers. The meeting is adjourned.
And attacks, they have been
ongoing a situation in the country where their rights have not been protected. And furthermore, the Minsk agreements have not been.
I'm playing the top left one right here right now.
But yet it has not been implemented. They went on to point out that this Minsk agreement that was to protect the people of these regions, it hasn't been followed through with now. And the idea that Russia.
By the way, I hope everyone's having a great evening.
Under the Minsk agreements. They're not part of the Minsk agreements. There was no expectation on Russia itself to fulfill those agreements. Now, Russia went on to talk about how the leaders of the United States and the West need to try and restrain the government in Kiev, because if the government in Kiev is to move ahead and to escalate this situation and continue shelling the eastern regions, to attack, that could lead to more serious consequences. And that this is a situation in which Russia took this move after patiently waiting for things to get better in the country, after hoping the Minsk agreements could be implemented. They were not, and even though there was widespread support for this move among the people of the eastern regions of Ukraine and among the peoples of Russia for a long time, Russia held off in making this decision and ultimately did make this decision. Now, the Russian representative also pointed out that the refugees who are fleeing Donbass are fleeing to Russia. If they felt they were being victimized by Russia or being attacked by Russia, it would be very unlikely they would flee to Russia. But it is Russia that is taking in refugees right now from the Donbass. So at this point, Russia is saying that this decision is correct, that this decision is not a violation of international law, that they are acting appropriately in response to the failure of the Western countries who continued to be arming the government in Kiev and kind of egging the government in Kiev on into a confrontation with Russia. They say this is the right move, and they intend to proceed with it. So quite a bit of division in the UN Security Council hall, with allies of the United States speaking very critically of Russia, with Russia speaking up and saying that this was essentially the right move. So the meeting is continuing because the meeting concerns them. We're hearing from the Ukrainian representative as well as the representative of Germany, who are both not members of the Security Council, but they have the right to address the meeting. So this late night emergency meeting of the Security Council is continuing in the hall in Manhattan.
Well, Caleb, thank you for staying up late to bring us a summary of that Security Council meeting at the UN. That's RT correspondent Caleb Maupin. Thank you. Recognition of the independence of the two regions has given residents something to celebrate amid the terrifying daily ordeal of sheltering from shelling. Our correspondent Murad Gazdiev brings us the latest on life in the newly recognized Republic of Donetsk.
There is still a lot of tension. It is curfew now. There's no one out in the streets. But as Vladimir Putin declared Russia's recognition that Russia would recognize...
I'm going to go off camera for a minute, and I'm going to look for some other feeds that might be of interest. But I'll be right here.
I can't say it was the right decision, perhaps, but understandable. People were afraid that this was a renewed round of shelling. Understandable, given the rumble of artillery shelling, mortar rounds falling on Donetsk and the outskirts over the past few days, especially, which is when the most dramatic escalation occurred. At some points, there were seconds between blasts that you could hear coming from different directions. We saw this ourselves today when we went just a half hour's drive from Donetsk west towards the front lines to report and to film the consequences and aftermath of a fatal shelling there. Grisly incident, tragic, happened here just west of Donetsk city. 2 shells launched from the Ukrainian side made impact, one there, another crater here, and everywhere here you'll see bloodied bits of clothing. This is a miner's outfit. He was on his way to a mine shaft where he works. This is one of the 2 shells that landed here. Again, we aren't going to spend very long here because there are still incoming shells and explosions that we hear in close proximity. This dramatic escalation that we have seen in Donetsk, as I also said, has occurred across the entirety of the front lines and the trenches that snake their way along them. We know that in Lugansk today there was an apparent assassination attempt or a car bombing, perhaps targeting a Lugansk official who was responsible for coordination in the ceasefire compliance office, monitoring and compliance office here in the breakaway republics. His car blew up. He was injured, his driver. Also today, shells struck in Lugansk up north, a power station, depriving again thousands of electricity at a time when it is cold here. It's badly needed. Here in Donetsk, a water pumping station was also struck, depriving tens of thousands of access to water. Further south, we've also seen reports of vicious battles, but there has been this dramatic escalation. And what's worse, this happened as people were evacuating. People who feared the worst. They believe that this escalation, if it is allowed to continue, could result in a war that is even worse than the one we saw in 2014, 2015.
And I'm now waiting to die. I think that if it all starts up again, I will be killed, and that'll be that. But I'm ready. Back then, Ukraine wasn't ready for war, and now it's ready because it's received weapons from Europe and will use them here.
In a matter of weeks, the situation here has escalated to the point that we had the UN come out today and call for an immediate ceasefire, saying that heavy weapons...
The harvest is going to be later this year. Yuri thinks 2 more weeks should be enough. That's 2 more weeks without income. But he's pleased with the quality of the plants.
You'll make us a lot of money.
Lack of finances was something Yuri never had to worry about before the war. He was a wealthy entrepreneur. He never thought he would have to start over again from scratch, and near Chernobyl of all places.
Situation, because the situation is such that a huge number of troops, along with heavy weapons and on the Ukrainian side, deadly, precise new weapons delivered to them by NATO, they're all still there and they're poised for military action. It remains to be seen whether peace here will return and whether it will be respected.
Western leaders have been quick to condemn Putin's signing of a decree to recognise the Donbas republics. British PM Boris Johnson has dismissed the move as a violation of international law, while French leader Emmanuel Macron called on the European bloc to impose sanctions on Russia. RT's Shadia Edwards-Dashti in London and Paula Slier in Berlin have more on that European reaction.
Well, we're getting a lot of reaction. The latest is a joint statement from the European Commission and the European Council. No surprises there. Them saying that this is a blatant violation of international law and at the same time of territorial integrity and the Minsk agreements. The EU and its partners, and I'm quoting, will react with unity, firmness and determination in solidarity with Ukraine and the United States. The NATO Secretary General has condemned Russia's recognition of Lugansk and Donetsk. We're hearing from Stoltenberg that this undermines settlement efforts in Ukraine and that this will be or could be used as a pretext by Moscow for an invasion. Now, all of this coming as we're hearing from the Latvian Prime Minister that the recognition is a continuation of the attack on Ukraine's independence, sovereignty and territorial integrity that began in 2014 by, to quote, unlawfully changing borders in Europe. What we're hearing from the Latvians is an urgement to the international community to stop, quote, Russian aggression and offer assistance to Ukraine. Now, Latvia has also announced that it will be delivering Javelin anti-tank missiles to Ukraine from tomorrow, Tuesday. At the same time, we are hearing from the Ukrainian Foreign Ministry. They have said that the European Union and Ukraine have reached a preliminary deal to conduct military training in Ukraine. At the same time, the EU will send cyber experts to Ukraine. The EU, we know, earlier approved an emergency package to the tune of 1.2 billion euros in financial assistance for Ukraine. Now, all of this happening as we hear also from the Italian foreign minister saying that this recognition by Moscow hinders the resolution of the crisis through diplomacy and also that it contradicts Minsk agreements. The president of Estonia has said that he will never accept this illegal decision, that Moscow is not serious about diplomacy. Here in Germany, what's happening is the German Foreign Ministry has said that the recognition is a gross violation of international law that is also ruining any kind of diplomatic efforts. The German Foreign Ministry has urged for the decision to be reversed.
Well, to put it quite frankly, the message from London is that this is now a step closer to war, if not a guaranteed move. Boris Johnson has reacted just as expected, calling Putin's decision an ill omen, a dark sign.
This is plainly in breach of international law. It's a violation, a flagrant violation of the sovereignty and integrity of Ukraine. It is a repudiation of the Minsk process and the Minsk agreements, and I think it's a very ill omen and a very dark sign.
It's really being interpreted as a significant escalation in the crisis, a substantial change in Moscow's position, particularly referring to the Minsk agreement, but most notably a pretext paving the way for Russian troops to cross the border. So Boris Johnson is seeing this as an illegal act and undermines Ukraine's sovereignty. Now, in terms of diplomacy, is there any diplomacy? Is that an option on the table for Boris Johnson? He simply says it cannot be. This significantly narrows that window of opportunity. And in fact, the feeling here in London is that an attack from the east is pretty much set in stone now. Already then, in the last few minutes, really, he's already reconfirmed the UK's commitment to supporting Ukraine and has said that the UK will now be thinking what more it can do. So what has the UK already done? It's threatened sanctions against Russia, including new powers to target any individual or entity. Even in the comments today, RT was brought up at that point, links to the Russian state. That's the minute a single Russian toe cap enters what's seen as the Ukraine's territory. Then reiterating that today, saying it's become clear we need to start applying as much pressure as possible because he really feels that the situation is not going to improve. Of course, we also know in terms of troops, boots on the ground, that's already been something that the UK has been moving towards, sending troops to Ukraine, also sending weaponry as well. And he always long said that he would be happy to send even more troops and weapons as and when need be. The reaction from the UK always been bad. In fact, the words of Boris Johnson just a few days ago saying that any escalation would be the biggest war since 1945. Today, earlier, the government was reiterating such comments, saying that there would be a retaliation if Putin didn't retreat. So from the United Kingdom, I suspect there's a lot worse to come.
Well, earlier we got reaction from 2020 Libertarian US vice presidential candidate Spike Cohen, who believes US involvement in the crisis can only exacerbate the situation.
And I think that Vladimir Putin is the head of state of one of the, at least militarily, one of the largest powers on the planet, and of one of the large.
Located near a severely contaminated area that's covered with young trees.
I'm playing the bottom left now.
But if I go closer to the tree, it's 9, now 20. So the tree is emitting radiation. These trees are badly contaminated.
Radiation levels in trees inside the inner exclusion zone can vary greatly. The radioactive fallout was not evenly distributed. The scientists take wood samples to measure which radionuclides have accumulated and to what extent.
The trees are growing in contaminated soil. They take in the radionuclides. When the leaves fall to the ground, the surface of the soil is recontaminated, and so the cycle continues.
The soil here is heavily contaminated with strontium.
Beta radiation can be harmful for your eyes and your skin too. But generally, it's less dangerous. But strontium becomes harmful if you eat it, because it gets deposited in your bones.
Yeah, you got all the laundry.
It will take another 300 years for the strontium to disappear completely. The scientists are also monitoring the fallout area outside the inner exclusion zone. This area is labelled either as Zone 2 or 3, depending on the level of pollution.
We want to take samples of the agricultural produce being grown and eaten in Dityatka. Dityatka was the area worst affected by strontium outside the inner exclusion zone.
The field that the two scientists want to examine was badly contaminated and therefore allocated to Zone 2.
Do you have the dosimeter?
But for the past 10 years, the scientists have not found elevated levels of contamination in the crops grown in this field.
Sunflowers are in any case mainly grown for their oil. And the level of radionuclides in the oil is 100 times less than in the seeds. Because cesium and strontium are not generally passed to the oil. So plants like these can be grown even in heavily contaminated areas, but still produce a product that is free of radioactivity.
Kasparov says 10 villages still have elevated levels of contamination, which show up especially in dairy products. But in Dityatka, grains can also be problematic. He says other crops from the area are okay, though.
We can definitely say that this field, for example, needs to be relabeled as Zone 3. These fields are no longer contaminated. That period has passed. And it's time that this was changed in the law.
Kasparov would like to see life return to this region, with people who can create jobs. People like Vadim.
Добрый день. Здравствуйте. Вадим. Валерий. Приятно.
We're from the Institute of Agricultural Radiology. Could we take a sample of your produce to measure the levels of radioactive contamination?
These are my first potatoes. Shall I dig some up for you? How many do you need?
1 kilo.
Are you going to bed pretty soon?
Immediately after Chernobyl, everyone wanted to know how bad the contamination was. Everyone was worried about radiation. But people get used to everything over time, even radiation. Plus, the crops in most places here are fine now. And people know that.
For Vadim, it's the first test of his produce.
The
scientists say they'll have the results by tomorrow. Yuri Andreev is another one who's brought a ray of hope to this region. But every day he faces new challenges. Just finding a spare part for a tractor is a challenge. The tractor that was only repaired this morning has now broken down again, and a second one is stuck. The work ground to a halt an hour ago. Hopes of achieving their target for the day are fast disappearing.
It's the equipment that's the problem. This tractor is 15 years old. It should have been scrapped long ago, but we're still using it. The other one over there is almost as old as I am.
There was a tree lying here. I wanted to drag it away with the bale grabber, but then the tractor got stuck. And stalled. And that was the end of that. Now I have to dig it out. Without a shovel. A large stick might help.
Even the chainsaw is refusing to start.
So let's see what else we've got for you guys. Get you some tunes.
Hey, I'm playing the top left one now. Oh, I thought he was showing a map. Apparently not. Alright, I'll put it back on the other one now.
The war in the East is the work of traitors and swine.
Both tragedies have been disastrous for Ukraine. But they've brought these men together, creating an unusual bond. Tomorrow, the work will continue.
At least we've done a little bit today. And no one was hurt, no one died. No mines exploded. Thank God these people are safe and well.
For Yuri, it's the end of a long day. While for Vadim, it's only just getting started. It's now midnight. He and his workers have spent 12 hours heating up the furnace to get it to 1200 degrees Celsius. The first 600 kilos of slag are now being smelted inside.
We built all our own machinery using scrap metal. The furnace is a replica of the one I had in my hometown, Holivka.
The recovered metal is poured into molds, shaped according to the customer's wishes. Vadim previously spent 20 years working in the metal industry back home in eastern Ukraine.
Up until 2017, I still felt homesick and hoped to be able to go back. But when I heard that the separatists had nationalized our company and looted everything, I suddenly felt better. I felt like I'd been reborn. Now I don't feel anything, nothing at all.
Vadim says the war has hardened him. Throwing himself into his work has helped him to leave it all behind him. Vadim has hardly slept. Early the next day, he heads out to collect wood, a free source of fuel.
Алло? Добрий день. Добрий день.
This is Valery from the Institute of Agricultural Radiology. We were there yesterday and took samples of your potatoes. We've just tested them, and I can give you the results.
Great, I'm listening.
Your potatoes are not contaminated at all. Our instruments show the cesium activity is below the minimum detectable level, so that means much less than 5 becquerel per kilogram. The permitted limit is 6 becquerel per kilo.
Super! We have organic potatoes.
With so little cesium, it's 99% certain that the strontium levels will also be negligible.
There is a God, and He has brought us here. This is like the promised land. It's a little bit polluted and there's a lot of stuff lying around, but it's peaceful.
Scientists are divided on what impact even very low levels of radiation could have when exposure is on a daily basis. There's very little data available. But if there is a risk, it's unseen and not felt. While in a war, the threat is all-pervasive every day. Yuri Andreev is going to see Maria. He helps many old people in the area, but he's especially fond of Maria.
My mother was brutally murdered with a hunk of metal. And Maria is also a mother. The first time she came to me, she had tears in her eyes and said, "Son, bring me this and that."
Maria's village was left half empty after the Chernobyl disaster. There are no shops and no buses. Maria can't walk very well.
Alright, I want to play something for you guys. If you're watching, if you can see. Alright. I'm gonna play this. Ready? Whoops.
It's on YouTube at all or no? Can I come up? How are you doing? Good. 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 I heard the story about Eric. Is that just because of the insurance company? He just realized he's got the balls he ever would drive. Yeah. Oh, I'm sorry, man. 2 days ago, we were talking like that. Yeah. Like we are fucking brothers. Yeah. Said, yeah, man, I'm your brother. Yeah, no. He's my fucking little sister. That's what he is. Yeah. And I'm fucking disappointed. Disappointed? Of elections. Yeah. Because 50 people, they're gonna be without fucking job. Yeah. Who the fucking care? 50 fucking people when you are fucking doing this for the whole fucking world. 50 people. That's a good point. That's a good point. Sorry, brother. That's what they want to do. They want to squeeze everybody in. So thank you. Just get chained together. Yeah. Thank you for staying. Thank you for being here. What is your name, sir? Okay. You're Romanian? Are you from Winnipeg? No. Okay. I'm Romanian. I'm not just a Romanian. I'm the Romanian. I'm not just a Romanian. Okay. I'm the Romanian. Ah, okay. Good man. Okay, thanks for your time. Have a good evening. So it's really sad atmosphere around here. There's another YouTuber here. I couldn't really understand. I'd have to go over the video. Eric. Oh, I think he was from Alberta. I think Eric was from Alberta. So.
Oh, well, that wasn't the same thing I thought it was. Anyways, it's been a long night, so I think
the best way to burn fat is with more fat. And I'm being serious because there's actually two different...
We'll end this here. Oh my goodness. But, okay. So I hope everyone has a good evening. It was fun. Hopefully see y'all tomorrow. Oh, I said y'all. All right. Signing off.